right. What's up, everybody? Happy Friday. Hope you're all doing well. What's up, Deus Ex? Hey, Nora. What's up, Magpie? How's it going, Shadow Noises? Ancient Oleander, good to see you. Rachel, love you. Which is funny to say, even more so when you're literally right behind me. I'll just turn around and be like, love you.
What?
Fallen Nat, thank you so much for the Prime 8 months. Thank you so much for the love and support. Thank you, thank you. Technokami, what's up? Good to see you. Hope you've been doing well. Rachel, do you stream Fatal Frame? She does. She was in the midst of a playthrough. But Rachel works a stressful full-time job as well. She doesn't have the luxury of focusing on streaming the way I do. Not yet. Don't worry. I've been streaming since 2011. I'm sure any day now I'm gonna hit 15,000 subscribers. And we'll both be able to just be full-time streamers without any other jobs. I'm up to... What is my sub count right now? I'm up to 213. The most I've ever had in my entire streaming career was like 560 something. But any day now, we're gonna hit 10,000, 15,000. Rachel can quit her job. We'll just stream all the time. Manifesting. How much Aglaophatus you willing to chug for that? Give me a jug, a whole one of those big like water cooler jugs. Aglaophatus, White Claudia, PTV. Mix it all together. The Silent Hill cocktail. The Silent Hill jungle juice. To try and make that with the booze we have. I mean, it's funny because like we didn't drink a lot, but we used to drink more regularly. We'd have friends over and play games and drink and stuff. And those of you who remember the like Book of Memories days, I was like drinking for every Book of Memories stream. Because getting through that game sober. Eesh. But I have not had alcohol since January. I think the last drink I had was when we went out to play pool. Rachel and I went out to play pool with her parents around my birthday, and they offered to buy me a drink. So I had like 2 rum and cokes or something. Like, not a lot. But obviously with all the health stuff that's been going on, I don't really drink anymore. And then especially now with medications and things like that, don't really drink anymore. So we have a well-stocked bar that neither of us has really touched in a long time. Yeah, exactly. Heart, blood pressure, medications, all those things. All those things. Don't really mix well with alcohol. Book of Memories was such a roller coaster of emotions. I would rewatch it. It's all archived. It's all on the YouTube channel. If you ever want to throw on a playlist and just go down that whole ride once again. Really need to quit cigarette smoking myself, but my writer's aesthetic. Trust me, it's worth quitting. I know that can be a difficult one for a lot of people. I started smoking around like 15, and smoked for a good portion of my life. But I also haven't had a cigarette since last November-ish. So it's been a long time for that as well. Mazel tov. It's funny, like, I hate, because everybody's different. Everybody, your vices are different, and how you are with addiction is different. I had a much more difficult time quitting stuff like soda and junk food than alcohol or cigarettes. Mazel tov equals congrats, by the way. I know Mazel tov. L'chaim. Sugar is the real drug? It really is. Really is. Palpable relief of lighting the Book of Memories cartridge on fire will remain in my memory. Yeah. That's all that remains of it. I still have that, the melted cartridge in the Silent Hill scented candle. I don't know what I'm ever gonna do with it. Auction it off for charity. Just so something good can have come from that experience in that game. Thanks, I hated this. Yeah. I mean, you get to watch every single episode. Like I said, people can watch me go through every single zone. 1 to 500. Over the course of like 2.5 years or something. Because I was pretty good with sticking to it. Playing it every Monday. Even extra sometimes, but mostly Mondays. We just did Book of Mondays until there was none left. Replace sugar with honey, molasses, or figs anywhere I possibly can. I just eat fruit. I'm already not too big on sweets and stuff. But, yeah. I kinda... When I want something sweet, I do that. We also do trail mix. We have like this indulgent trail mix that we get. So it's nuts and raisins and stuff that's pretty good, but then it's also like chocolate and peanut butter chips and stuff. It's not great in terms of healthy food. You're a sugar fiend? That's another big part about switching up my diet, because more than sugar, I fucking love salty food. I am a salty snacks man. I love me some chips and ramen and just like salty soups and foods and stuff in general. And that is like the number one. That's probably a big reason why my blood pressure got so high and why I started having a lot of health issues, because yeah, I definitely had way too much sodium intake for way too long. Trying to cut out salt, it's very difficult too. Once you start thinking that, like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna start eating healthy, and then you realize how much sodium is in fucking everything, like things you wouldn't expect, and you start paying attention to like how much serving sizes and portions are in terms of nutritional facts and values. All my gutless fatso food. Doritos, the devil's chip. Yeah. Even aside from Doritos, like I'm one of those people where I could eat chips and salsa, just like tortilla chips and salsa every fucking day if you'd let me. If I could, I would. But it's just too much. Too much sodium. Lost a bunch on Weight Watchers, had to count out every chip. Yeah, that's what I try and do with a lot of the portion sizes, serving sizes on things. And try to really pay attention to all of it. I feel like, you know, just being aware of like what is in the food you eat can really help in terms of shifting your behaviors. Just takes a lot to build up the self-control. And I'm really bad at self-control. I'll feel like I'm doing well, and I'll be like, oh, I'm doing a lot better about this, I've been eating good. But the moment something stresses me out, the moment I have something pop up in life that like agitates me or stresses me out or anything like that, I'm like, Rachel, I'll go over to Rachel and I'll just be like, I'm having a horrible day. I'm getting Taco Bell. What do you want? That's like my go-to comfort food. And I'm trying to train myself not to do that every time. I'm trying to train myself to not just be like, oh, I slept poorly and I had a bad dream. An unexpected bill popped up and I've got less money in my account than I thought I would. Nachos can cure me. '90s Taco Bell gorditas, I miss you. Oh, don't even get me started on like Taco Bell menu stuff that's not around anymore. I miss you, Volcano menu. I miss you so much. I miss you, Baja Gorditas. Speaking of 90s Taco Bell gorditas, Baja Gorditas. The Bajas. I miss them. Miss them so much. And all the new stuff Taco Bell keeps introducing is ass. I don't want your stinky chicken nuggets. Crispy chicken burritos. Do they still have Nachos Belgrande or whatever? Oh yeah, that's one of my like. Whenever I do eat Taco Bell and break my diet and stuff, that's one of my main like things to get. Although it's gotten so expensive and the portions really suck compared to how they used to be. So there's a different nacho thing on their menu. The like 7-layer nacho whatever. I forget what it's called exactly. But it's much better in terms of like price and portion. Friends went and laid out roses at their Taco Bell when they discontinued one of the chicken burritos years ago. And pouring out a Baja Blast for the fallen soldiers, right? I don't know. It's all terrible and bad for you anyway. Like most fast food. But as somebody who just grew up eating that stuff, there's a sense of comfort in that. I can't deny it. I can't deny it. Although I should count myself lucky, I have an easier time staying away from a lot of the fast food options that we have around here compared to some of the stuff like that was in Texas that we don't have here in Georgia. We don't have Whataburger and we don't have Jack in the Box. I would probably be so much worse off in terms of health and maintaining any semblance of a diet if those two things were here. If we had Whataburger and if we had Jack in the Box. God, save me. But it's all good. I've got some salmon thawing in the fridge. I'm gonna make some zucchini fries and some rice. I will say, like, breaking away from junk food and cooking more has made me really enjoy cooking a lot. Something that I've always kind of enjoyed doing, but I just hate cleaning up after. I hate cleaning up after. I like the act of cooking. I like eating a home-cooked meal and knowing that I made something good that's also healthy. But I also just hate cleaning up all the dishes in the kitchen and everything afterwards. You're supposed to get your first Buc-ee's in your state. Heard they have a lot of food items. Yeah, Magpie. Buc-ee's has really good food. Like, it's just, for anybody who doesn't know what a Buc-ee's is, they're like gas stations, convenience stores on crack. They're massive. If you're ever taking road trips and stuff like that, Buc-ee's are amazing. Just because if you need to make a pit stop, you can get like anything you need from Buc-ee's. The bathrooms and stuff are usually very well kept and clean. And they do like food and stuff there too, so you can go in and get like barbecue and fried chicken and sandwiches and wraps and all sorts of stuff. Pot roast. It's crazy. Wish to visit one someday. Yeah, I actually, last time I went to a Buc-ee's would have been when I drove here, because when I left Texas and came to Georgia, I drove, and then I just stayed here. That was 2021. And my last stop leaving Texas was Buc-ee's. Hey, what's up, Goku? Granted, that wasn't the initial plan, but that's okay. It worked out. I'm glad how things worked out. Even if it wasn't the best of circumstances, the initial plan. Because the idea, like, Rachel and I were together. We wanted to spend more time together, and like being long distance was not doing it for us. So I was streaming as much as I could, and Rachel was working, and we were trying to do this. Like, okay, I'll fly out or drive out and stay there for like a month or so, and then go back home, stream for another month and a half, and save up, and then go back and basically just kind of do like 1 month here, 1 month there, 1 month here, 1 month there, and just go back and forth. And yeah, drove out here, and while I was here, some of my family members caught COVID. This was 2021, so, and I had not had COVID. I had managed to avoid it all of 2020 and 2021 up to that point. So some of my family members had caught COVID, and they were staying in my room, like I was living with my mom in a duplex in Texas. And since my mom was the only one there, and they were trying to kind of isolate everybody, they were staying in my space, in my office, in my room, and in that duplex. So I was like, well, I don't really want to go back home. Not only run the risk of, like, the whole reason I drove instead of flying was to avoid social contact and COVID and shit like that. So it's like, okay, I'll delay my flight and see how things are and stay for another few weeks. And then a few weeks turned into like another month. And then that turned into like another month. And then it eventually kind of got to a point of like, you know what? We're talking about, Rachel was talking about selling her house. And I was kind of like, why don't we just sell the house and get a house together? And I just stay here. And that's what we did. I said, might not have been according to our plans the way we laid them out, but I'm happy the way stuff worked out for sure. Now we got our own little house. We're married with our 2 cats, our 2 horrible demons. Nub's the real cat who got adopted? Kinda. Alright, guys. Let's move on from the Nub lore and get into some Silent Hill character lore and finish. I don't know if I'll finish. There's still a lot of characters, although a lot of these are going to go kind of quick. Once we start getting to comic book characters and stock image photos, there's a lot of this that it's going to go by really, really quick. Strange that PT, yeah, we've talked about it in the past parts, but it's weird that PT is not on here. It's weird that Tassadul is not here, being one of the most important characters in Ascension. Pachislot? No, Pachislot's not on here. They've got characters from Silent Hill Orphan 1, but not Orphan 2 and 3. They don't have Silent Hill Escape. There's some stuff missing. There's definitely some things missing. But considering a lot of the side characters and kind of random stuff that they do have on here, this was like the most comprehensive one that I found. And I didn't even realize it now that we're like we're on part 4 now. Add additional images to your tier list. I didn't even see that that was a thing, that I could just add in other characters. So once we go through all of this, maybe I'll do a bonus round of adding in like PT and Tassadul and some of the other ones that probably should have been on here. But anyway, Silent Hill Ultimate Character Tier List, Part 4. Here's how I rank everything up to this point. I'm not going to recap all of this. You can watch the first 3 parts if you're curious as to who these characters are and why I put them in these respective positions. I just want to get into it, especially since we're kind of on the lower half of the character list now. These are the lesser appreciated games and even more obscure characters from those games. So I imagine most people by this point are probably tuning out. Everybody wanted to watch part 1 and see where I put like Silent Hill 1 and 2 characters, and part 2 with like 3 and 4 characters. But I don't think many people are going to be watching this video to know, where did I put Dr. Copen from Silent Hill Homecoming? But hey, it is what it is. So we'll try and get through as many of these characters today as we can. Erwick says, where's my boy Henry? Henry is right here in B tier. He's a B tier boy. This can only be hot takes. I mean, so far the only stuff that I've really gotten hot take accusations for is putting James in B tier. And I still stand by it. Still stand by it. Despite all the hate mail. Okay, let's get into this. Dr. Copen from Silent Hill Homecoming. I imagine these are going to be a lot of characters most people don't even know, because very few people play Homecoming and very few people are going to remember a lot of these minor characters from Homecoming. Dr. Copen was Alex's doctor. This is arguable whether or not this was even a real person, because these are notes that we find during the nightmare sequence in the very beginning. So it might have been the doctor who was treating Alex when he was put into the mental facility. It might be made up by Alex, because a lot of that is not reality. So some of these people are not even real, like Sergeant Nash. His name is Copen. Yeah, like it literally sounds like coping, like Alex coping with what's going on. So he made up Dr. Copen. But yeah, Dr. Copen was the doctor who signed off on Alex's treatments during the nightmare sequence in Alchemilla. Possibly his doctor when he was in the mental institution, which wasn't Alchemilla. It would have been somewhere else. But he's the one who subjected Alex, if we're to believe that he is real and that those treatments actually happened, he's the one who subjected Alex to stuff like electroshock therapy and things like that. Not a good person, possibly not even a real person, and I think there's like maybe 2 notes during the nightmare intro that even mention him. D tier. Homecoming, Founding Fathers. We're just lumping all of the Founding Fathers into one character here, which is really unfair because all of the founding families have their respective ancestors and people who were members of the order, who broke away from the order, started an agreement, a ritual with the town of Silent Hill somehow, that if they go across the lake and found their own place, which becomes Shepherd Glen, and as long as they sacrifice one of their family members from each of the founding families every 50 years, that Shepherd's Glen will be completely immune to all of the powers and evil and everything else that goes on in Silent Hill, which is right on the other side of Toluca Lake. I guess you can say they had good intentions. I mean, their idea was to create a better life for their descendants and for the people of Shepherd's Glen down the future, but they also made a terrible deal. It's a terrible ritual. It's by child sacrifice. 4 children every 50 years. I mean, for everyone to have a nice, happy town to live in right on the other side of Toluca Lake from Silent Hill. Yeah, it's not the best. It's not the best. And yeah, it all falls apart anyway. When you think too hard, that's the biggest problem, is the ritual just does not work. Like that agreement is not sustainable in any way. It was doomed to fail, and they're stupid for not figuring out a better option. Poorly written. Some of them are kind of like mildly interesting, some of the little notes and things you find about the founding members. But they're going D tier as well. Paul Russell Douglas. I think there is exactly one newspaper clipping about Paul Russell Douglas, and Paul Russell Douglas was sort of the Walter Sullivan for Homecoming. you find one thing about this guy who was arrested and I think executed for the murder or kidnapping of like 8 children. Now, my theory is it's either one of two things. This is just a parallel to Walter Sullivan, who was going around Shepherd's Glen, killing a bunch of kids, and became notorious because of that, and he was caught and executed. Or this was the cult, what I think is more likely. These were the founding family members blaming the sudden disappearance of several children who were sacrificed in order to keep the ritual going and keep the town safe. And they had to blame it on somebody so that nobody was wondering, like, hey, what happened to all of these kids? And Paul Russell Douglas was like the fall guy who took the blame for all of these sacrificed kids. But again, there's not a whole lot about him. They might have been an innocent person who the founding members just pinned a bunch of sacrificed kids on. He might have been a Walter Sullivan going around killing people. Either way, I think there's like 1, maybe 2 newspaper clippings about him in the entire game. Yeah, it's another D tier for me. Wasn't Walter in some cut content for Homecoming 2? He was. There was Walter and a doctor who were like had some dialogue and stuff in the game files that wound up being cut for Homecoming. Completely like detached from everything else going on too. I don't know why they would bother including something like that in the first place. It's easy to see why it was cut. The Borden twins. These were 2 twin girls, if I remember correctly, who died, and there's monuments to them in the Homecoming graveyard. In the Shepherd's Glen cemetery. Yeah, the tree emblem. You find 2 halves of an emblem for each of the Borden twins that you have to collect and combine in order to progress. Not sure what the implication is with the Borden twins. The Bordens are not one of the founding families, so it's not likely that they were sacrificed as like part of the ritual. So, we don't know anything really about them. They contribute towards putting together an emblem and being able to get through the cemetery. They're just kind of there for the sake of a puzzle to exist. D tier. A lot of these are going to be D tier and maybe even don't care about them. Clayton Doyle. These are a little bit more interesting. Clayton Doyle and Carol Doyle, which is the hole that Alex is talking to in the image right there. Clayton Doyle was the sick man. Yeah, that was the guy in the wheelchair who needed oxygen tanks delivered, who was staying in the Grand Hotel. And his health and condition and everything were worsening, and his wife Carol started cheating on him with Mayor Bartlett. So it does kind of tie in a little bit more to other somewhat main characters like Mayor Bartlett. And he sadly knew, Clayton Doyle found out, I think that's Paul Ashley, who wrote a note to Clayton Doyle about seeing Mayor Bartlett and Carol together in the atrium. All of this juicy gossip, cheating, soap opera stuff going on in Homecoming. At the very least, it's more than like one or two notes. It's several notes that you find throughout the Grand Hotel. It's a little more fleshed out than some of these other little side plots and stories and characters that kind of go nowhere. Clayton Doyle seems like a really just sad person, tragic life, dealing with health problems, and wife cheating on him with the mayor, and having to like live with that until I think it's implied he commits suicide, if I remember correctly. Writing like notes and stuff saying that he doesn't want to go on anymore, knowing that. We'll put him in C tier. Tragic but minor character. And then Carol Doyle, so the hole in the wall, who actually we get a little bit of voice performance to judge with this one as well. There's no character model, it's just Alex talking to a voice coming out of a hole in the wall. Carol cheats on her sick husband, gets caught, and it doesn't stop her. Don't care for the fetch quest she sends you on, having to go find, she sends you off on a fetch quest to go and find 3 memories of better days, which are 3 windows, 3 little Polaroids that have been scattered around the Grand Hotel that you have to go all over and find and bring them back to her in order to get the key to the room where you find Josh and fail at jumping across a hole that didn't even need to be jumped across. Homecoming is stupid. Carol, I kind of like the little side plot going on. It's interesting in like I said, kind of a soap opera way. She's got one little voice line in particular that I like, where she says, "You have a kind voice," and then immediately follows it up with like a creepy laugh. Isn't it the VA for Alex's mom too? It's unconfirmed. She's uncredited, but it sounds just like Lillian. And Holloway. They only had so many actors for Homecoming, and a lot of them played multiple characters. So I'm pretty sure, even though she's uncredited, it's most likely the same actress that was Lillian Shepherd and Margaret Holloway. But I'm going to put her in C tier along with Clayton. Kind of interesting side characters, little affair tying in with Mayor Bartlett, a little bit of backstory on him being a shitbag, and they're at least kind of interesting characters in that regard. I like that little subplot, even though there's not much to it. I like her creepy little laugh after she says Alex has a kind voice. C tier. Paul Ashley. I think there's exactly one note written by Paul Ashley to Clayton Doyle saying, "Hey, your wife's cheating on you with Mayor Bartlett. I saw them together in the atrium," sort of foreshadowing to the atrium where you wind up confronting Mayor Bartlett and fighting Sepulcher, the monstrous manifestation of Joey Bartlett. But Paul Ashley himself, he's the guy who caught Carol cheating and told Clayton, and then Clayton played Sudoku. So D tier, C tier, D tier. There's just not much to the character, regardless of what he did or morality in what he was trying to do. C tier for following the bro code. That's what I was kind of thinking, was like, hey, at least he was trying to do the right thing and like tell Clayton the truth about what's going on, what he saw. We'll put him at the top of this pile of homecoming characters that I barely care about. Um, but I don't think that's enough for C tier. He's not as involved or interesting as the Doyles. He doesn't have like a voice line or anything. I'd say he's still D tier. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, I think, is just the manager of the Grand Hotel. And even that I'm questioning. Who the fuck's Mr. Jones? I'm gonna put Mr. Jones in Don't Remember, just because I'm not super sure who that is. I think that's the Grand Hotel manager, but I'm drawing a blank in terms of like notes or anything specific regarding the character or what they did or whatever. Yeah, don't remember. The Overlook Prisoners. So, Overlook Prisoners, you find some notes from a few different prisoners. Most of it is leading into a puzzle, just kind of talking about codes so that Alex is able to figure out a code to get through one of the locked prison doors with a keypad. I know there's a couple notes and stuff. They're probably in jail for a reason. I mean, maybe, but it's also Shepherd's Glen. People can get locked up just because maybe they're aware of what's going on. They know too much. They figure things out about the cult or the founding families or whatever, so they just wind up getting locked up. I don't think there's any notes to imply that. Just going off of memory. It's been a decently long time since I've played Homecoming, so some of these minor characters I'm not as familiar with. I'm just going to put them in D tier. Kind of remember them just because of the... You need to read the prisoner's note to find the code to go through the keypad door. But I don't remember much else about them. The Overlook Guards. Similar to the prisoners. There's some like puzzle related stuff. I don't remember a whole lot about the guards or notes about the guards. They were there. They were doing their jobs. They were probably abusive pieces of shit towards prisoners, because that's usually the way these tropey things tend to play out, especially in Homecoming. But again, don't really... They may even go into, like, don't care. I would say the prisoners make it into D tier just barely, because specifically the one note that has a keypad number on it that I need to progress. The guards, I think, don't even have that much. Unless that's the guards that leave the note about the wires. But even that, I don't think is the... Is that the guards, or is that like the maintenance person? I think that's like a maintenance person. Not, yeah, I think that was like a custodian person. Not the guards themselves. You find one of the wires in the guards' station, but I don't think the guards left those notes, if I remember correctly. I'm putting them in don't care. Don't care about those guards. Paul Scheibel. Paul Scheibel. I think this was the journalist. You find a note about a journalist who was staying in Shepherd's Glen for a few years. Because I remember making comments about how similar the name was to Joseph Schreiber. Had to give him a funny name. That's like the only thing that sticks out in my head. I think he was a journalist because I remember talking about the silly name. I remember talking about the name being similar to Joseph Schreiber. Paul Scheibel. Joseph Schreiber. but I don't remember it being like nearly as significant to anything that Joseph did for like Silent Hill 4. We'll put him in D tier. I kind of remember who you are. You have a silly name. It barely squeaks you out of don't care about you. Sergeant Nash. Is there even a note about Sergeant Nash in the game? Or is that strictly supplementary material? Sergeant Nash is not a real person. Sergeant Nash is when Alex is making up his time in the military. The person who was like leading his squad. Is it in a letter to L in game or just supplementary? Supplementary? I don't remember if Sergeant Nash is even mentioned in any of the in-game notes or memos or anything. Definitely not like in dialogue or anything like that. And like I said, he's not even a real character. Alex made up being in the military. That was all part of his weird delusional mental shit, dealing with having been responsible for Josh's death. And Sergeant Nash is like the not real squad leader of Alex's not real squad from his time that he never spent in the army. Don't care. Don't care. Yeah. I don't think you even get a D tier. I don't think there's even if there would have been a little bit more mention of the Sergeant Nash character and then like some sort of revelation throughout the game of like, oh, that person isn't real, or that was just a name for one of his dad's old army buddies or something that was in his mind, then I'd maybe put that in D tier as like, something. But I think it's a completely made up character in Alex's mind who's not even mentioned in the game. So don't care. Sergeant Nash, don't care. You're not real. Order leaders. That's basically the founding fathers. I guess the other people who help manage the cult going forward. Who? Judge Holloway. Yeah, Judge Holloway's her own thing. You do find notes from other people. They're not named. You just get initials of other characters going through the last part of the game. But yeah, you don't really know much about the Order leaders. They were, if we're talking about the original Order leaders, then that would basically just be the same as the Founding Fathers. If we're talking about the Order leaders after after the Shepherds fucked up, Judge Holloway started recruiting new people into the Order. And there were leaders appointed among those who we find notes from that were going around Shepherd's Glen and kidnapping people and forcing them to either join the cult or die, basically. Because they were trying to just rebuild the Order. So I assume that's who it's supposed to be. But they're pretty much in the same category as Founding Fathers. Yeah, they're D tier. D tier. And that's it for Homecoming. We're on to Shattered Memories. A game I actually really like. And we've got Shattered Memories Harry Mason. Are Sid and Nancy their own thing? We'll take that into consideration when we get to Dahlia over here. But Harry Mason, Shattered Memories Harry Mason. So first off, let me go ahead and say right off the bat, He is no classic Harry Mason. And the Harry Mason that we even see and experience throughout Shattered Memories, none of them are real. Like Legate, you said, I feel Shattered Memories would be difficult because don't their personalities change depending on each path? We're going to try to take all of their various paths and personalities into consideration. Because yes, all of these characters can be very drastically different versions of themselves depending on how you play Shattered Memories, which is one of the things I like the most about that game. But Harry, in any version of the scenario, along with a lot of these characters, are not, like, it's not really him. It's all going on in Cheryl's mind. So it is what she thinks her father would have been like in various circumstances and set pieces and things that just aren't real to begin with. With that said, I like his design. I like his various designs because, again, you start off in your brown rider's jacket, and eventually you can get the sport coat or the booze jacket with the alcohol logos on it, and the Hawaiian shirt. I like the Hawaiian shirt design at the very end of Shattered Memories so much that I recreated it in Soul Calibur 6 Create a Character, because you can also use his voice actor. God, what is that guy's name? Hold on. Shattered Memories actors. But yeah, Harry's voice actor, who is... How are you not top billed on IMDb? But the voice actor is also in Soul Calibur. Kirk Thornton. Kirk Thornton is the voice of Harry Mason. And he's done a lot of voice acting. He's in Xenoblade Chronicles. He's in Bleach, Thousand Year Blood War. Sonic X Shadow Generations. I'm just kind of going through his IMDb page because, yeah, he's done previous roles 821. I guarantee you've played something where you've heard this man's voice other than Shattered Memories. But he also provides a voice in Soul Calibur. And you can use his voice for the Create a Soul. So I went through the trouble of making Shattered Memories Harry in his Hawaiian shirt in Soul Calibur 6 and then giving him Kirk Thornton's voice. So it's as accurate as possible. Like the voice performance, like the character design. A lot of the different personalities are interesting. Sleaze and Sirens Harry, where he's just like, I'm a famous author and seducer of nurses and and what was it? Nurses and prom queens? Because it's Michelle and Lisa, I think, with him at the end of Sleaze and Sirens. And he's just weird. Drunk dad ending, where he's like, I'm gonna do a dance, da, 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 and he falls over and he's like, don't just stand there, bring me another beer. He's just, I don't know, he's so goofy. I like a lot of his voice performances for all of his different endings and pathways. I could listen to this man yell Cheryl throughout the entire game. Cheryl! Cheryl! Sweetie? Cheryl? Cheryl! You literally can press A to Cheryl throughout the whole intro part of Shattered Memories, and I just mash that button. Shattered Memories, Harry. I like him a lot. He's not S tier. He's not classic Harry Mason. But I'm thinking he might be my top of B tier, maybe even A tier. I'm going to put him in A tier. I'm going to put him at the tail end of A tier. I do like Shattered Memories, and I like Harry, even though Shattered Memories representations of characters are not good representations of their Silent Hill 1 counterparts. I'm kind of treating them as their own thing. So yeah. Cheryl Heather Mason, which is her full name in Shattered Memories. Despite being sort of the main character, one of the ones that we know the least about, I guess because she is meant to be open for you, the player, to interpret what you will or project your own things through her, because she's the one who's seeing the therapist version of Michael Kaufman. So it's all about you answering his questionnaires and things. You're actually playing the role of Cheryl during those moments. So you're kind of making her character as you go. She's there to be your self-insert. And then that shapes how the game plays out. She does love her daddy. I love my daddy. And I don't know, she's just dealing with a lot of trauma from losing her father. Similar to Silent Hill 3, I've got a lot of bias towards that plot point just because it reflects things in my own life. I lost my father when I was a teenager, so I relate a lot to like Heather in Silent Hill 3, not as much in Shattered Memories. It's just not as well written and well fleshed out the way that, or realistic in the way that Silent Hill 3 is, in terms of grief and anger and all of those aspects. It's not bad. It's just not nearly as well done as Silent Hill 3. I like her design. I like the way they sort of made her look like Heather from Silent Hill 3, but kind of a mix between her and Cheryl, classic Silent Hill 1 Cheryl, if she would have been aged up. If you play through the whole game and never pick up any of the mementos, she has a very touching scene where she closes a box that says like "My happy memories" and there's nothing in it. I don't know. She's okay, but I don't play Shattered Memories for the couple of scenes where we actually get Cheryl. She has a nice little touching scene at the end. Decent voice performance. I like the character design. She's been through some shit, but it's hard to even know how much of it she's actually been through. That's one of the things with Shattered Memories. It's hard to know how much of it is real. How much of it is stuff that's just in Cheryl's mind being made up in order to kind of facilitate putting her fictional memory dad through scenarios. How much of it is supposed to reflect actual things that happened to her, because you find all these scenarios going on throughout Shattered Memories. It's like, oh, this girl went out to the woods to party with her friends and got drugged and maybe assaulted and maybe left out in the snow, but clearly she's like alive and talking to Kaufman, or maybe she's not. Like, that's kind of the thing with Shattered Memories. There's a lot of maybe not, left completely open. A little too much open for interpretation type of story and characters. So it's like, I don't know, was she the girl that was going out to this party in the woods and getting drugged and assaulted and left in the cold? Was she the girl who was getting, sexually involved with her teacher and bullied at school, where they like took photos of her in the shower and spread them around to everybody? Was she the girl? You find memos and audio recordings and stuff of a girl who goes to the mall and gets caught stealing, and the security guard tries to stop her, and she like stabs him and gets arrested for it. I assume that one is supposed to be true, because when Sybil sends the message to Harry at the very end of like, is this your little Cheryl? And it's a mugshot. I'm assuming that one is real. Like, that's why Sybil knows who Cheryl is. She looks it up and finds that she's got a criminal record, presumably from the mall incident. So there's like, if we're to assume that all of those things that are going on through the game are actual memories, shattered memories from Cheryl's past, like, she's a really interesting character in that regard. There's a lot that's happened to her. It's a lot of her coping throughout life, not having her father around, fatherless behavior, as some would call it. I think she would be... Oh, that's weird. Where did she go? Oh no. My mouse... Okay, she's here. My mouse like desynced from the picture. Yeah, I think she would be up here in B tier. She's not quite as interesting as Harry, but the whole game is about her, and she's interesting. But again, it's shattered memories. Like, we're trying to take a lot of stuff into consideration, because we don't know how much is real, how much is not, how much is exaggerated, how much is purely made up in her mind. Kind of the idea that maybe she's feeding some bullshit to Kaufman as well. Yeah. B tier. High B tier. Sybil. Shattered Memories Sybil. We've got a lot of different variations of Sybil. We've got good local cop doing her job Sybil. I will say this Sybil is a much more competent police officer in any of her forms in Shattered Memories compared to Sybil in Silent Hill 1. She doesn't just hand over a gun to a random man. She actually takes things into consideration depending on what type of Sybil you get. Yeah, there's sexy Sybil, who's kind of a hard ass and gives Harry a lot of shit. There's local cop Sybil. Yeah, Mariska Hargitay. Hard-ass Sybil's just playing with her gun in the middle of a diner, though. Is she playing with her gun during that scene? It's been a minute since I've gone through Shattered Memories. I've played this game a lot. Is she playing with her gun? I remember she asks Harry for his wallet to check his ID and everything. Normal Sybil was drinking coffee or something, and hard-ass Sybil had her gun out. I mean, I remember the coffee being there. I don't remember hard-ass Sybil having her gun out. We gotta play all these games again. Which is fine by me. But I like Sybil. I like her performance. I like the voice actress. I like the character designs for each of her versions and how they interact with Harry. She's got some really good lines. I like when she shows up in Lisa's apartment and gives the big reveal, "You're not Harry Mason," and then immediately gets frozen. Saves Harry's life. Goes into, freezing cold water to try and take care of Harry, save him. Well, I guess Harry makes it out of the water. She just finds him and saves him and somehow winds up in a weird otherworld hospital with him in a wheelchair. I would say she's also B tier. Similar to Silent Hill 1 Sybil. Put her like right there. Kaufman. I have to say, I like Kaufman in Shattered Memories so much. Just from the character design and voice performance. Yeah, he's got some crazy dialogue with some amazing line deliveries where he's throwing his glass of alcohol, "Wake up," and talking about sex and death and the tiger in space. Yeah, I don't know. I really like Kaufman in Shattered Memories. All of his bullshit and his line responses when you kind of catch him out on bullshit in some of your responses, your therapy responses. Yeah, good character design, good voice performances, interesting way that they build this character up of being this like alcoholic therapist who's clearly got a lot of issues of his own. That never really get addressed. It's like you've got this guy who's clearly similarly fucked up. Yeah, he's another voice actor who's in a ton of stuff. A lot of the voice actors in Shattered Memories have a lot of voice acting roles and experience. But yeah, I really like Kaufman in Shattered Memories. I would honestly say he's up here at the bottom of A tier along with Harry. He's got some really funny lines. He's got some somewhat emotional lines in the endings, where he's talking to Cheryl about, your dad is someone you never really got to meet. You have to let him go. When he gets angry and throws his alcohol and starts yelling about the tiger in space. It's some of the more iconic moments are those little therapy segments, and I feel like having a character who's going to be recurring that often for those little therapy segments throughout the game, you needed to have someone with a lot of interesting personality and voice delivery, and I think this guy nailed it. So, A tier. Michelle Valdez. Michelle S tier for Slay. She's rocking that dress. I don't know about that, Ducky. And it depends on the dress. Depends on the dress, because there are two other Michelles wearing the pink dress or the brown dress. The almost never seen brown dress. Brown dress in Minecraft. I like Michelle as a character. I like, again, the different character designs and just the way that she genuinely seems like a nice person who's trying to help Harry. She's clearly in a troubled relationship with her boyfriend John. Is John even on here? John's not even on the list. John didn't make it. We have Steve and Mr. Gordon and the Midwich Gossipers. We have all these other people, and we don't have John. But yeah, she's having a difficult time with her boyfriend. He is a dick. Doesn't deserve Michelle. Michelle deserves better. The moment where you find her in Annie's bar and she's just depressed after running away from John, and depending on what path you're doing, she's either sitting there eating cheesecake by herself or she's sitting there drinking by herself. And I gotta tell you, I relate very heavily to both of those. Just, I'm depressed and I want comfort thing that is horrible for me, be it booze or cheesecake. She shows up in the Sleaze and Sirens ending with prolific author Harry Mason, seducer of nurses and prom queens. Also good song cover. Oh yeah, we're talking about voice performance and character design and everything. She also has a really good cover of You Were Always on My Mind, and it's the actual actress singing as well. I love that Yamaoka style cover of that song. It's so good, and her performance of it is really, really good. Yeah, Mary McGlynn does a version of it on the soundtrack, but in game, it's actually her actress singing it on stage, and I love it. It's a great scene, great music. Michelle, I think she's also going to be A tier. I might even put her above Kaufman. Man, that song does a lot. But I'm going A tier. I'm going A tier at the very least. Once I've placed everything, I'll probably go back through and rearrange a lot of these. I won't worry about it too much right now. Lisa Garland in Shattered Memories. I kind of don't like Lisa so much. She's kind of a fuck up. The way I've been ranking characters has been based on a lot of things. Visually, I like her design. Vocally, I like her performance. But in terms of the way the character is written, she drives an ambulance into the hospital lobby. Well, sometimes it's her own car, sometimes it's an ambulance, depending on your playthrough and choices and everything that you've made up to that point. She's got like a massive head wound and everything's on fire, and she's like, oh, I live around the block, let's just go. Yeah, and then just her and Harry just go. She makes stupid little jokes. Harry tells her his name, and she's like, Harry Houdini. I'm like, I hate that stuff. Has a game-breaking bug. Oh my god, yes. She can also split herself into two people and completely shut down my Wii. Like completely lock the entire console so that I have to hard reset my console. There is literally a game-breaking bug with Lisa that can happen where yeah. She duplicates herself in the scene when you're in her apartment. Two Lisas will walk out of the back room, and then the game just crashes, like hard freezes. No pun intended, because Shattered Memories. Everything's ice. Get it? It freezes. But yeah, Lisa, low B, high C. I'm trying to think. Thank you, Lisa Garland, for giving us Massachusetts. That's not Lisa. That's Michelle. I'm going to put Lisa in C tier. Shattered Memories in C tier. Yeah, she's a nurse and expects you to just give her pills just based on color. Get me some red ones. Where did she get the pills? She takes them from work. She says that's one of the benefits of working in healthcare. Like, that's one of her lines of dialogue. She just kind of, I presumably takes medicine from the hospital and doesn't even know what kind of pills they are. They're red ones. they're blue ones. I Stay High 86. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the 17 months. Very, very much appreciate it. She steals from patients. Yeah, not a very good nurse. Not a likable character. Definitely does not live up to Silent Hill 1 Lisa Garland in any sort of moment. Has a game-breaking bug. She's staying in C tier. C tier, Shattered Memories, Lisa Garland. Shattered Memories, Dahlia. Shattered Memories, Dahlia Gillespie. The hottest piece of ass in Silent Hill. What a weird take on a Silent Hill 1 character. Like, some of the other Silent Hill 1 counterparts, I kind of get it. Like, okay, Sybil is no longer a police officer at Brahms, but, you know, she's a police officer in Silent Hill. She's not a motorcycle cop unless you wear the sexy outfit and then she dresses like a motorcycle cop but still drives a squad car. There's like some of those weird little counterpart things. But then you have Dahlia, who is just so different. So different. They show her looking more like Heather as an actual birth mother. There's definitely more of a resemblance between Dahlia and Cheryl to give you the impression that they are in Shattered Memories, like, blood related. You like Silent Hill 1, it's up for debate whether Alessa Gillespie is actually Dahlia's daughter. She could have just been one of the orphans through Wish House that had powers, so Dahlia took her in for her own purposes. But, like, you actually do see the resemblance and some of the similar attitude when it comes to Dahlia in Shattered Memories compared with Cheryl. She's got some really funny dialogue. She's got some great line deliveries. I really like the Sid and Nancy moment where she's talking about her tits and she's like, Sid and Nancy, don't you remember? You named them. Adult version can be very sad depending on the Harry. When you start time skipping and seeing the older Dahlia, yeah, although her hair is fucked up in any version of older Dahlia. So weird looking character model. But then younger Dahlia, you've got a lot of different versions. You've got Goth Girl, you've got Punk Riot Girl, you've got Avril Lavigne. And, like, I don't know, I like them. Is that really variety? Yes. Absolutely. There's differences. There's some crossover. There's some overlap in the bands they like. They would definitely go to some similar concerts. But I don't know. I think she's kind of interesting. She's apparently a terrible mother, and Cheryl hates her and thinks of her as a monster. And that's one of the things that Kaufman, like, says at the end is, like, you know, she's not the monster that you make her out to be. And then they walk off from the lighthouse together to try to strengthen their mother-daughter bond. Like I said, she's got some interesting moments. She's got some funny voice lines. She's got some legitimately sad voice lines. I like just the actress performance and the character designs and everything for the most part. I would say either high B or low A. We're going to go B for boat. It's a slow boat. Booze and boats. That's Dahlia. Yeah, she's definitely one of the more entertaining and interesting characters when it comes to Shattered Memories. But I put her in B tier with Cheryl. She's not quite up to Harry and Kaufman and Michelle, though. Lady. Who was this lady? This is bartender lady. That's old Dahlia? Is that old Dahlia? Are young and old Dahlia separate characters? That doesn't look like old Dahlia. But then again, old Dahlia that I'm thinking of, that I see in most of my playthroughs, has like short nappy hair. Like, it's very fuzzball looking. Oh, is this John? Oh, okay. Rachel is letting me know, because it is just a dark image of the inside of a car. But okay, that makes sense. Hang on. Let me put this character somewhere where I can zoom in. Two separate entries, old and young Dahlia. I mean, it's weird, but she can look so different. And most of my playthroughs, old Dahlia doesn't look like that. We just went over everything with Dahlia. I'm not going to think about it too hard. If that's supposed to be old Dahlia, she just goes up here with... Because I was including old Dahlia with kind of my justification. Bartender lady. She runs the local bar, tells Harry that he has a phone that doesn't exist until she points it out. You were looking up Dahlia Shattered Memories, and that style's the first thing that popped up. Goes to show how good my memory is. I can remember all these other minor characters, but apparently one of the main looks for old Dahlia is just escaping me. To the point where I thought there was another NPC character similar to the bartender that I was forgetting. And I was like, I don't know. Okay. But old Dahlia, we're just going to put her up here in B tier with young Dahlia. I kind of included that all together. She goes to work in the middle of a snowstorm. True. Even though there's no customers, everybody is gone. She seems at least mildly concerned about Harry's missing daughter. C tier. John. He's the shitty boyfriend of Michelle. Gets into arguments with her. And very, very self-centered in the way that he's making the arguments, and like all of these plans about our life and how that's gonna affect me. Yeah, he's very gaslighty in the way that he talks to Michelle, and that's in like his personality, unlike a lot of other characters, depending on like how you're playing it out, doesn't really change. A lot of his dialogue is very similar no matter what. Like there's slight variations on it, but for the most part, he's just kind of always an asshole. I guess because no matter what happens with the story, he always breaks up with Michelle so that you get the sad Michelle scene in Annie's bar. He can also be in C tier. Bottom of C tier. Yeah, that's what he says in front of Harry. Imagine the shit he says when he's not around. Good point, Ducky. Unlikable. He's in C tier just because of how he kind of props up Michelle as a character and adds some other layers to her. But yeah, don't like him. Don't like him. Voice performance is okay. He's anime voice actor man. I think that's Liam who voices John. I'm gonna have to look stuff up again. Liam O'Brien does a bunch of voices. Is it Yuri? Rachel corrected me. That's Yuri Lowenthal. Father on phone. I thought Liam did another voice too. But okay. Yeah, Yuri Lowenthal. Video game and anime voice actor man. Decent voice performance. So, yeah, I don't know. C tier. C tier. Brothers in the Woods. So now we're getting into our side characters of Shattered Memories. Brothers in the Woods. You get a couple of little video and audio clips about two brothers who go into the woods. One of them, for some stupid reason, goes into the like water runoff in part of the sewers where they were playing. Yeah, the water pump station, and gets stuck behind a metal grate and either freezes or drowns because of their own stupidity. You're stupid little kids. You're going in D tier. Just they're like the Amy Baldwins of this game. Stupid little kids getting Darwined. Exactly. Joel Sr. and Joel Jr. So these are the hunters who live out in the shack in the woods next to Silent Hill. Where Joel Sr. calls Joel Jr. a really mean homophobic thing, depending on your playthrough and depending on the dialogue you get there. He doesn't always do it, but sometimes he does. Yeah, shitty dad forcing son to do things that the son doesn't want to do. And Joel Jr. gets yelled at by his dad and forced to shoot a deer. Little higher up in D tier. We just don't know a whole lot about these characters other than those little voice clips and things like that. Yeah. D tiers. Steve. Who was Steve? Shattered Memories Steve. I'm trying to run through all of the notes and audio clips and things like that you find throughout Shattered Memories, and I legitimately don't remember. Steve? Wait. No. Was he the boyfriend that you learn about in the high school? He was the boyfriend that you learn about in the high school who was being a dick. D tier. D tier Steve. I barely fucking remember you, Steve. And the things that you did do, you were just being a dick to your girlfriend and stringing her along and then breaking up with her before prom. After she went through the trouble of getting a dress that then winds up in the thrift store if you go through the thrift store. And then might eventually wind up on Michelle, depending on how you play. Mr. Gordon. So they turned Mrs. Gordon, Kay Gordon, from Silent Hill 1, Alessa's teacher, into Mr. Gordon, who is Cheryl Heather Mason's teacher. That we don't know, again, how real these stories are, but if we're to assume that it's stuff that actually happened to Cheryl, she was having a relationship with her teacher. So creepy man. You shouldn't do that. That is an underage girl and one of your students. Bottom of D tier you go. Bottom of D tier you go. Creepy. Oh man, what are their names? They have names. Their names are not on here. Sybil says it when she pulls up to the house. She's like, your daughter's not going to be in so-and-so's house. I've known them for years. She says like their last name. God. Brain. Oh, you have it, Rachel? What are their names? The Stewarts. That's what it is. Mike and Lucy Stewart. And they have the daughter named Katie. Katie likes to do prank phone calls. They think that their daughter Katie is doing a prank phone call on Harry Mason, which is why he thinks his daughter is there. It's his address from like the alternate timeline. This is just like the family that lives in the house that the Masons used to live in. Yeah, theirs is the house that you color, and their shirts and pants and their car and their mailbox and everything else. When you get the choice to color in all of that stuff during the Kaufman segment, it changes the colors and everything that you have of this, and then your playthrough affects kind of their tone with Harry, how they react to him, and how Harry reacts in that scene. To what degree he starts freaking out. And being like, my daughter, I know she's in there, Cheryl. He's like, you're upsetting my wife. I don't know, I kind of like him. If I remember, the wife kind of has like a slight Midwesterner sounding accent. Which is just, I don't know, mildly charming. I'd put them up here next to like the bartender lady. Nothing wrong with them. They're interesting, but they're little minor characters. Voice performances are good. Character designs for being just kind of the average little middle-aged couple. Midwich Gossipers. So these would be the mean girls. The ones who are spreading rumors / actual information regarding Cheryl sleeping with her Cheryl sleeping with her teacher. They take photos of Cheryl in the showers in the locker room and spread them around. Horrible people making Cheryl's life miserable. Yeah, they're just annoying, shitty, mean girls. They're going down here. I would say pedo teacher is probably worse, but they're also not good either. Bottom of D tier with you. Malcolm. Who is Malcolm? Do I remember Malcolm? I don't. Similar to Steve, it might come to me. Rachel, do you know? Okay, Rachel's pulling up notes. That might be cheating. I'm going to put him in played but don't remember because I'll go through all that stuff later, but who was it? Oh, this is the security guard from the mall who gets stabbed. Okay. 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 I'll go ahead and... That might be cheating, says the note master. Well, I said that I wouldn't be going and looking at my notes if I couldn't remember who they were off the top of my head when we did the last part of this tier list. And I couldn't remember who it was off the top of my head. Rachel reminded me, so now I remember the character. He seemed like a good guy. It's not that he just got stabbed in the line of duty, but he saw Cheryl stealing multiple times and let her get away with it because he felt bad for her. He recognized that, like, she was a troubled teen and obviously had stuff going on in her life. Like, he wasn't being an asshole about it. He wasn't just being like a hard ass security, whatever, trying to be a dick to her. He was kind of looking out for her. And then when he finally did try to confront her over some things that she was stealing, Cheryl fucking stabbed him. And he definitely didn't deserve that. So, C tier. Jimmy Capra. I remember Jimmy Capra. Jimmy Capra is the bridge operator. He's the person who would have normally been on duty working the drawbridge, the Orridge Bridge, if it has the same name from Silent Hill 1. I don't even know if they kept that reference in. But he's one of those voice actors that I really like. I don't know who the voice actor is off the top of my head, but it's a voice performance that sticks out in my head because he's just like, oh, do you have any idea what time it is? Woke my kids up. Who the fuck are you calling? Like, the man's trying to get some sleep and Harry's bothering him because he's trying to mess with the bridge. And the phone cuts out, and then he is kind enough, even after the phone cuts out, to leave Harry a voicemail to explain how the bridge controls work. The light's going to change colors, and when it changes colors, you just pull these levers. Good guy, helping out somebody in the middle of the night after waking his ass up. But that's all he really does. I like the voice performance. But yeah, C tier. James Sunderland from Shattered Memories. So here's the thing. Here's the biggest problem. That's Tom Hewlett. Here's the elephant in the room when it comes to James Sunderland in the Shattered Memories joke ending. He literally just pops his head in to Michael Kaufman's office. And he's like, wrong day again? And that is Tom Hewlett. He sounds very weird and awkward. He just sounds like Tom. There's so many other... Does he not stop at the receptionist desk? I mean, apparently not. Maybe the receptionist wasn't there. There wasn't a receptionist there when Cheryl shows up. So maybe he's in a weird otherworld version of the therapy lighthouse as well. Even though we hear the receptionist, we hear at the very beginning when they get on the intercom and talk to Kaufman and say your next patient is here. All right, send them in. But yeah, anime style James Sunderland who just pops in and says wrong day again. I like Kaufman's response about like, oh, he's here for couples therapy. Haven't seen his wife in a while though. Like, funny joke, good line delivery from Kaufman, but for James himself, I already have the actual Jameses in B tier, and having poorly acted one line throwaway joke James in Shattered Memories, voiced by Tom Hewlett. That's going to bump him down, I would say, to C tier. Maybe D tier. Like I said, I like the setup and the joke, but not for James's part of it. Mostly for Kaufman's part of it. And then Cheryl turns into Mira and says, "My mother was a bitch." Your mother's a bitch. Yeah, we'll leave him at the bottom of C tier for now. And that's it for Shattered Memories. We're on to Downpour. Everyone's favorite. Some people love this game. So this... I feel like I'm going to start getting comments about some of these placements, because there's a lot of people who are fans of Downpour, and I get it. In 2012, you were probably 13 years old, and Downpour was your first experience with horror, and you just love this game. That's fine. We all have nostalgia and bias. As somebody who played this game as a grown-ass man, this game sucks. The gameplay sucks. The characters, the writing, there's so many plot holes. There's so many things wrong with Downpour, and it's one of those games that's frustrating where you can switch some things around, and they're like, a good game could have come from this, just from the elements that were there. Anyway, before I start ranting about Downpour, Murphy Pendleton, the protagonist of Downpour. Man, similar to Shattered Memories, where how you play the game completely tells you different aspects of these characters' personalities. One of my biggest problems with Downpour is that the endings completely change the story. It's not like alternate endings for something like Silent Hill 2, where all of the core story stays the same, just the outcome is different. Like, it doesn't change core elements of the story up until the ending. The ending just changes the outcome. Downpour, the endings completely change the entire story, and the character, and the motivations, and what they actually did or didn't do. So I mean, Murphy, he just wanted to have his life with his wife Carol. Was it Karen? I thought it was Carol. You find one note written from Carol where she's leaving him in the prison at the end. Thought it was Carol. It is Carol. Point for me. Way to go, brain. He just wanted to have a life with Carol and Charlie, and Patrick Napier ruined that life, maybe, depending on the ending. Unless you get the ending where Murphy was responsible for killing Charlie. In which case you actually see Carol at his execution. But let's assume better endings. We'll try to give him the biggest benefit of the doubt, right? So his son got kidnapped and molested and dumped and murdered and thrown into the lake by Patrick Napier, which absolutely broke Murphy. His wife left him, and he decided, I have nothing left to live for, so I'm just going to try and get my revenge. So he steals a police car and leads them on, I think they say it's a 10-hour chase along the eastern seaboard, to somehow wind up in the same prison that child abductor and murderer Patrick Napier would be in, who is also a sequestered prisoner. And the only, like, there's no guarantee that he would go to the same prison. And there's no guarantee that even if he wound up in the same prison, that there would be a guard there, a crooked guard like George Sewell, to set up the situation to be murdered, or to have the opportunity to murder Patrick Napier. Like I said, Downpour, I'm going to have a rough time with, just because of how flawed so much of the writing is. It was a stupid plan. It was a very selfish idea to just, I mean, that's kind of the whole point of the game, is vengeance is bad. That's the moral they're trying to drive home. Murphy trying to get revenge for his son against Napier is bad, and it makes him a monster. And then you've also got Anne Cunningham doing the same thing, trying to get revenge for her father against Murphy Pendleton. So the whole moral of Downpour is just vengeance is not a thing that is good to do. Killing is wrong and bad. It's badong. Yeah, it's so poorly written. It's hard to like think of Murphy as one type of personality or character, because that changes so drastically depending on the endings. And also, do they have comic book? Is Anne's story, because they have comic book characters down here. Do we have Anne's story comic versions of these characters as separate characters? That, I think, is... Now, wait. We have Coleridge, so that's not Coleridge. I'm pretty sure... Is this just comic book Coleridge? No, that's his husband. That's Anne Cunningham's cop husband. And the warden. And that guy, Squeezy Jibbs. What was his name? He was another one of the prisoners. You actually find his corpse in the game. Oh God, what is his name? Excuse me? Squeezy Jibbs. It's your boy, Squeezy Jibbs. Mac? Frankie Mac? Freddie Gibbs? It's something like that. I'm just gonna call him Squeezy Jibbs. But we do have Anne's story comic book characters down here to take into consideration. I'm sorry, I'm delaying my... I'm putting... Yes, that's it. Freddie Gates. Thank you, Rachel. Squeezy Jibbs. Freddie motherfucking Gates. That's it. I'm, like I said, I'm putting off ranking Murphy. Character design wise and conceptually, just being able to play like a prisoner and try and do something kind of different. It's but they used Tom's face. They did use Tom's face. It's less obvious in the final release version of Downpour, but in the demo and like beta versions, it's much more clearly Tom Hewlett's face. The idea of, I don't know, it's so tropey. It's so very copying stuff like Silent Hill 2 at this point, which we're just taking the flawed character. He's not even like delusional or anything the way James was. He just doesn't want to remember. Like he does remember everything that happened. He's aware of everything that's happened in his life. There's not really stuff being blocked out. It's more that he's just being forced to confront it, and is purposefully being coy about it for the sake of the player, for the sake of the narrative. He goes in like the middle of C tier for me. He does scream shit like nobody else, like nobody's business. And like vocal performances are good. But is that enough to put him in B tier? With the likes of James Sunderland and Sybil Bennett? I don't think so. I don't think so. I'll rearrange the individual tiers once we get through everybody, but he's definitely C tier for me. Anne Cunningham. Very, very similar boat as Murphy. I like the actress's performance. And this is one of those things where Downpour becomes a very frustrating game, because this really should have been her game. Feel the comic bumps her up? Oh, absolutely. I'll take into account Anne's story, because the comic fills in so much information and plot holes from the game, stuff that should have been in the game. You should have been seeing the stuff that's in Anne's comic, in the Anne story comic book, in the game. We really should have been seeing things bit by bit from Anne's perspective. Tom Hewlett did say on Twitter many years ago that was originally part of their plan. When they were developing Downpour, they wanted it to be, at first they wanted it to be co-op, where you would actually have two people playing as Murphy and Anne simultaneously. Then that idea was scrapped, and they wanted it to be more like Resident Evil 2, where you would have your Leon scenario and your Claire scenario. They wanted it to be like you have your Downpour Murphy scenario, and then you have your Anne Cunningham scenario. That idea got scrapped, and they wound up just kind of throwing all those ideas into the comic book. I like her character. I definitely like her motivations and things more than Murphy's. She makes a little bit more sense to me as a character, why she is the way she is, the attitude that she has. Basically her whole life kind of raised in a correctional officer family between her father and her husband. Ever since she was a little kid, her father left a big impression on her to like be a corrections officer. Yeah, she went out of her way to take care of Frank Coleridge, Officer Cool Ranch, after he was attacked and left, disabled and in a wheelchair and unable to care for himself. I understand a lot of where her character's coming from. Again, I feel like Downpour really should have been more of her game than Murphy's. Yeah, character design's good. And Anne's backstory, especially what's explained through the comic, is very tragic. I wish more of that would have been explained through the game itself. But I would say, oh, it's desynced again. I would say up here in B tier, low B tier. Yeah. lower end of B tier, but B tier. George Sewell. George Sewell. Good villain, but yeah. He's just kind of... I just really don't like Downpour. The more I think about these characters. Yeah. He's a dickhead. If we're going off of the endings where he is a dickhead, if we go off of the execution ending, he might just be a corrections officer who does his job. But in every other instance of the story, he's a crooked corrections officer. He's the one who finishes off Patrick Napier and, puts that on Murphy. He's the one who disables and attacks Officer Coleridge. And in terms of villains, there's not a whole lot of motivation there, where characters who I have up here like Vincent and Walter, you understand sort of their motivation, why they are murderers or villains, essentially. Even like Claudia Wolf up here in A tier, you really sort of understand why they are the way that they are. Sewell just kind of is a dick for the sake of it, because the story needs a villain, and Napier is out of the story very early, so Sewell is kind of just there to be a bit more of a recurring asshole, filling that role for the sake of the plot. D tier. D tier. There's not a lot of facets to his character. He's manipulative. He's murderous. And he keeps singing that fucking song. Born free. My videos get DMCA'd. I have to mute all the audio every time I play Downpour. Yeah. Patrick Napier. D tier. Bottom of D tier. Don't like him. Pedo murderer. You have to look at him jiggling around in his towel. No. No. Don't like him. Don't like his look. Don't like his voice. Don't like the things that he did. Bottom of D. Officer Coleridge. Anne Cunningham's father. Genuinely nice dude. Tried to look out for the prisoners, even the ones who really didn't deserve it. And ultimately just pays the price for his fucking kindness. I imagine it's hard to stay somewhat moral of a person being a corrections officer and living that life for such a long time. Like, it wasn't something that he just did later in life. We see in Anne's story that from the point that Anne was a little girl, he was still a corrections officer. So it was like a lifetime commitment. And he inspired Anne to become a corrections officer because of his good morals, his belief in people to become better. And he gets fucked over by Sewell because of it. Yeah, I would say he's B tier, up here with Anne. good guy, good character. Nice, I mean, kind of boring character design, kind of generic man, but decent voice performances, and you definitely hear plenty of them throughout the game. Murphy, run! And he turns into a weird wheelchair man monster. So if we're also including monster versions, the same way that we did with Silent Hill 4, yeah, very heavily Rubber Johnny inspired creature, which, you know, it's not, if you're going to reference something, one of the more visually interesting references to go for. Yeah, B tier, feels appropriate. Charlie Murphy, Kieran Culkin. He looks like a missing Culkin brother. I hate all of the child voice actors in Downpour. His is not the worst, but it's still not very good. We see like 3 seconds of Charlie running through a grassy field. We see Charlie show up and say, "You did it, you killed the boogeyman." And that's pretty much it, right? Other than that, we see a wet sack pulled out of a lake. That's about it. Yeah, he's just kind of there for the sake of being the catalyst for the story and for Murphy's motivations. But there's not a lot to him. I would say bottom of C tier somewhere. Maybe even D tier. Do I dislike him enough to put him in D tier? We'll leave him in the bottom of C tier. Who's this? Who's she? Is that Anne Cunningham as a prisoner? Is it just Anne as a... Is that Carol? Oh, okay. That's Carol Pendleton. I've got to like look ahead to see these other characters. Oh man, a bunch of these are going to go and don't remember. Anne Prisenham. The way the artwork looked, I thought that was prisoner Anne Cunningham. But yeah, I guess that's supposed to be Carol. They should have used the shot of her wearing the veil from the execution ending. But okay, this is Carol when you find when you dig up the memories of the past, and it adds your little things that you can look at from the main menu. That's the picture you get for Carol. What even shows how she looks? Just the ending? Just those two things. You can dig up the memory of the past, and it unlocks a viewable picture of her character from the main menu. I always complained about that, how you have to completely exit out of the game and look at all those things from the main menu. And it's all like concept art of the characters and stuff like that. But it is viewable in game. It's something that you can unlock essentially, and then you see her in the black dress and veil when Murphy's being executed. I don't know. It's a difficult thing losing your son, especially in such a horrible way. but then to also give up on like your mourning husband and leave him on his own after all of that is kind of shitty. Yeah, she blamed him. She blames Murphy in that note that you find in the prison near the end. And it's like, where the fuck were you? You are also Charlie's parent. She was just lashing out at anyone she could. I mean, sure, but that just shows that she didn't react to the situation very well. So in terms of design, we get very, very little of her. We get 2 little glimpses of her, this concept art and her at Murphy's execution. Did she give up on him because he wound up in prison, or was the letter meant to be before that? It was before. That was before Murphy got himself arrested. He got himself arrested after Carol left him. And he felt like he had nothing left. So he was like, fuck it. I'm just going to go to prison to try to kill the guy who killed my son. Because son was dead, wife left him. What else does he have? But in that same regard, if Carol had stuck around and been a bit of a stronger person, she could have been there. Her and Murphy could have gotten through it. Murphy wouldn't have stolen a police car and gone to prison, and Downpour wouldn't have happened. It's your fault. It's your fault that Downpour happened, Carol. D tier. You're more of a character than some of these, but you're definitely not as bad as Napier. Middle of D tier for now. DJ Bobby Ricks. One of the only somewhat enjoyable characters in Downpour to me. I'm a DJ Bobby Ricks fan. His existence is very confusing, and the comic sort of makes it even more confusing. He plays Akira Yamaoka music, as well as a bunch of licensed music that gets my streams muted, and my VODs have to have the sound constantly cutting out. That's not his fault, though. He is genuinely trying to help, even though he himself is someone stuck in the town, who's been there for who knows how long. His backstory, a lot of people might not pick it up from the notes in game, plus Anne's story, which gives a little bit more on DJ Bobby Ricks. But so DJ Bobby Ricks winds up having somebody call in to the radio station, and they wind up sending out, like, I think it's like a love thing to somebody else who was actually in a relationship. So they find out about the affair through Bobby Ricks's radio show, and I can't remember if Bobby arranges it or if it just happens, but the 2 guys confront each other, and one of them like shoots and kills the other one, and Bobby felt responsible for that. I'll have to reread Anne's story and replay Downpour again at some point to try to refresh my memory on all that, exactly, all the details. But it's something to that effect, where Bobby felt responsible for the death of this person through the radio show, and then he was stuck in the town being a DJ after that. Yeah, he's the person who explains the town having rules to Murphy. He also explains similarly to Anne Cunningham in Anne's story about things kind of being out of their control. He's willing to give you his boat to try to give Murphy a chance. I like his voice performance. I like his character design. He's another person who I made in Soul Calibur. In Soul Calibur 6 character creation. Do I have anybody from Downpour in C tier yet?
What?
Murphy himself. I'll probably put him a little bit higher up than Murphy at, honestly. I like his character more than the protagonist. Hampters. Hampters, thank you so much for that Prime sub. Thank you so much for the support. Much love. Thank you, thank you. JP. The name is JP. This here's the Devil's Pit. The train guy was drunk, as they say in the newspaper clipping about JP. Yeah, he worked at the Devil's Pit. All he had to do was do the damn mine car ride for the kids, and he gets drunk and kills a bunch of kids. There was going to be more about JP that got cut from the game. He was actually going to have like a little boss segment that was like data mined from the files. The big stretched out face at the end of the minecar ride. Did you enjoy the ride, Murphy? You were going to have like a whole crazy boss fight thing with him that didn't wind up making it into the final cut of the game. But yeah, he's a fuck up. He's another one of those fuck ups who's just bad at their job, and a bunch of little kids died because of him. Admittedly, I kind of like his voice performance. It's very fun to like mimic and make fun of. Name's JP, and this here's the Devil's Pit. When he starts going on his whole work spiel. But I don't know if that's enough to put him into like C tier. I would say he's probably high D tier. Somewhere in D tier. That feels appropriate for JP. The child version drags him down? True. So there's the little kids. There's the little kids. Although that is a separate entry. He's right here. So we can rank that separately. Because it looks a lot like him. Most likely it is him. But we'll rank it separately, because I don't remember if that was ever confirmed. Why is he separate but not Anne? True. We get this separate little kid, but not Anne Cunningham. Not little Anne Cunningham. And should we D-rank Anne because of her child version? I still think low B is appropriate, but the child model with the helmet hair and the horrible child voice actress really doesn't do any favors. I would say maybe that puts her below Coleridge, but still low B. Yeah, we'll leave JP in D tier for now. Okay. Howard the Mailman. Howard Blackwood. Now, I've got to scroll down and look at the comic book characters again. Do they consider 1800s Howard or Book of Memories Howard as different characters? No. So we have to lump all of this in for this one ranking. We're including Book of Memories. We're including Silent Hill Past Life. So a lot of people don't know about Book of Memories, and Howard Blackwood is basically the reason that Book of Memories happens. He delivers the Book of Memories to your OC. And then he is the memory residue merchant. So, like, can you imagine how much worse Book of Memories would have felt if you didn't have Howard Blackwood to go and sell things to and restock your ammo and wrenches? Mostly wrenches, because guns that use ammo are fucking terrible in that game. Should we take into consideration the Universal Studios Halloween thing? Just for the sake of mentioning it, I feel like we should. Universal Studios did a haunted house that was Silent Hill themed. This was after the release of Silent Hill Revelations 3D, and they had one of their crew, like one of their actors, because you go to Universal, they've got all the people in mascot costumes and dressed up as characters walking around the park and interacting with people. So for people waiting in line outside of the Silent Hill themed haunted house at Universal Studios, they had somebody dressed up as Howard Blackwood going around creeping people out. And then, like I said, he's in Book of Memories. He's the whole reason Book of Memories happens. And he's also the merchant. And then we have Silent Hill Past Life, which is a Silent Hill comic book that takes place in the late 1800s, which shows where Howard Blackwood sort of comes from and why he's trapped in the town. And yeah, Howard didn't deserve to be in Silent Hill. When you look at like why he's there, why is he stuck there? So he was a mail carrier in Silent Hill, but before that he was a slave, and his slave owner would send him out to capture and recover other runaway slaves. And Howard eventually turned on his slave master and murdered his ass. And for killing his horrible piece of shit slave owner, he has to be stuck in the town delivering mail for the rest of eternity. Like, fuck that. Fuck that. The people that's like when you learn Angela's backstory, like, yes, she killed somebody, but it was her piece of shit abusive father. Like, imagine if Angela had to live as a waitress for all of eternity because of that. Like, that's like the equivalent to, you're stuck in Silent Hill Purgatory, which, first of all, I disagree with the town being a purgatory like that anyway. Really dumb concept that kind of really came about through the Western Games misinterpretations of Silent Hill 2. That's a discussion for a whole nother video. But Howard definitely didn't deserve the life that he got and the continued punishment that he got. Even if it's his fault that Book of Memories happens. And I mean, he's there for Murphy. He's trying to help him at least somewhat. He tells you where to go, gives you some directions. I like the character design. I like the voice actor. Howard deserved better, but he's also unfortunately just still kind of a flawed character in an overall very flawed series of things. Comic is not great. Book of Memories is shit. Downpour is not very good. Maybe a high C? I'll put him in C for now. Nun Lady. Nun lady from the church, from the orphanage slash church slash theater stage. Real quick, can anyone verify whether or not Bobby Ricks actually explains what the rules of Silent Hill are? He doesn't explain, like, he doesn't lay it out like that. He just tells Murphy and Anne, like, things don't work the way they are supposed to. When they're like, oh, I'll just use the phone and call for help, or, you know, I'll hotwire. Like, that's when he tells Murphy, like, Murphy's like, I'll just hotwire something and leave town. And Bobby's explaining to him, like, you can't do stuff like that. The town won't let you. There's rules that you have to follow. It's more for an excuse for the player. For any time the player tries to think of something logical as to, like, well, why don't they just leave? Why don't they just do this? It's the throwaway line to be like, the town functions on rules that do not abide by reality or logic. Anyway, nun lady. I kind of hate the nun lady. Kind of hate the nonsense that she's talking about. I hate the way that the endings, again, everything that she's trying to talk to Murphy about and essentially guilt trip Murphy over might not even apply. I hate the scene, the way it plays out, where Murphy starts going off and rambling about what I did to Napier won't change anything and blah, blah, blah. And he's rambling while she's rambling, and none of it makes sense. And all of it gets contradicted by the endings anyway. D tier, nun lady. Little kid on tranquilizers. Do you know the rhyme? She's always sad. You're the boogeyman. Even in terms of child voice actors, which in video games a lot of the times are horrible, this child is one of the absolute worst. One of the absolute worst. It's such an ugly character model. It's such a horrible voice performance. The little kid that looks like every other Silent Hill kid. And we don't really know who the kid's supposed to be. Is he one of the little kids that died on the train that JP was driving? Is it actually a little kid version of JP? Which is what I suspect. He's got some similar facial features and hair color and eye color as JP. And the little girl is young Anne Cunningham. So obviously they're from, like, out of time, out of place. Representations of these other characters, because the little girl is confirmed to be Anne. From Anne's story, the comic book, it shows young Anne Cunningham, and it is that little girl with the helmet hair. So this is presumably JP as a little kid. It's hard to tell. Regardless, terrible kid, terrible lines, stupid logic of, like, that whole sequence of Murphy trying to get this little kid to open the door, and the little kid doesn't want to do it because he thinks Murphy's a boogeyman. And the only way for Murphy to prove that he's not a boogeyman is to go all around the orphanage, church, whatever creepy building and collect physical scraps of paper and put them into his notebook for the rhyme. He doesn't have to memorize it. He doesn't have to know it. He finds little pieces of paper with the rhyme on it. All he has to do is read it. And the little kid gets his neck snapped by the boogeyman because Murphy's too stupid to take out his physical pieces of paper with the rhyme on it and just read them. And instead he hems and haws and I don't remember the rhyme. I'm trying to remember it. Little Susie helter skelter. All throughout the something felt her. She who smelt her dealt her. And then he gets his neck snapped. The whole sequence is stupid. Little kid's logic is dumb. His voice performance is bad. His character model is awful. He's going in D tier. This guy. Mexican prisoner. Did you have a good nap, Güero? I mean, he gives Murphy shit. Murphy completely fucks up and gets this guy killed. This guy is just trying to survive. He might have been a bad man or bad prisoner with bad intentions, but we don't even really know because he was fighting a monster. He was fighting one of the dirty ladies, one of the screamers. And Murphy thought this guy was just like beating some random woman based on the sounds. And Murphy shows up and he's like, "Hey, cut it out. You leave that poor lady alone." And he tries to tell Murphy, like, "You don't know what you're doing. You don't understand." And in the moment where he's distracted by Murphy, the dirty lady fucking kills him and slices his neck open. And then Murphy's like, "Oh, it's a monster. I guess it's a monster. It's okay." And then Murphy does the same thing that he was doing and beats the shit out of the dirty lady. I wish I could remember the character's name. It's another one of those characters where they give his name in the comic book, but I don't think they ever say it in the game itself. C tier. C tier. Justice for man. Guy. We don't know what he did. He was on the prison bus, minding his own business, giving Murphy shit for falling asleep. He says fuck you to Anne Cunningham. And then gets killed by a monster because Murphy's a dumbass who doesn't understand. You don't understand. Homer. This is old Homer. A side quest that I almost never do. He's just a random homeless man living in the little underpass areas around the town. And if you do his side quest where you get him a coat, a warm coat and a candy bar, he opens up the underpass pathways so that you can essentially quote unquote fast travel. It's not really a fast travel. It's just kind of like a shortcut to get around different parts of the town. But by the point in the game where you can finish that side quest, if you've been doing side quests, you're pretty much done with everything. There's not a whole lot of reason to doing his quest and unlocking the shortcuts, like to go back to those areas where presumably you're done doing stuff anyway. Very forgettable character. There's not a lot to him. He's middle D tier somewhere. Sorry, old Homer. I don't like you. And I would do the side quest if you were a more interesting character. But most of the time, I literally don't even bother with your side quest. The Boogeyman. So, D tier is where I put the Butcher from Origins, and Boogeyman is gonna be like right here with the Butcher. In D tier. Again, we're trying so desperately to rip off the Pyramid Head archetype. Big stalker monster man with oversized weapon and masked hidden face. But the design is so generic. It's just a fucking coat and gas mask. With a big old cinder block on a stick. It's so uncreative. It's so fucking boring. And I guess they wanted to try to make it something a little more generic because it's supposed to be able to apply to multiple people. Because Murphy's the boogeyman, you know, in terms of how Anne Cunningham views him. He's the monster who, you know, hurt her father and made her life horrible while she had to take care of her father. But to Murphy, Napier's the boogeyman, the man who killed his son and, you know, ruined his life and his family. So the boogeyman is just the representation of, you know, being shit. being a shitty person. But it's just, come on. It's such a boring ass design. Such a boring boss fight. Every time I do the boss fight in Downpour, I just throw junk at him until he takes a knee. Even the segment at the end where it's supposed to be like, now you get to play as the boogeyman. That should be like a big, like, look how powerful and cool I am moment. And instead his controls are so fucking clunky. I've lost a lot of time on speedruns because of how stupid that little segment is, where you have to try and knock Anne down as quickly as possible. He's not fun to control. He's not a fun, interesting design. He's just a worse version of the Pyramid Head archetype, similar to the Butcher. D tier. Oh yeah, and horribly broken in Book of Memories. Literally broken. Like, not just overpowered boss, but he has an attack where he can shoot out a beam of evil that just constantly harms you, and he can break, and that animation will not stop. So he'll just constantly be walking around shooting off this beam that goes through walls and goes across gaps and can just kill you from fucking anywhere. On top of his really annoying, just, he can decide to be invulnerable. We're lumping in all the Book of Memories stuff too. I would say, yeah, the Book of Memories stuff drops him even lower in D tier. Shit design, shit character, shit monster, terrible in Book of Memories, terrible in Downpour. Yeah. There we go. Bus driver. Talk about another person who has one job and literally just fucks it up. Like, one job. Yeah, exactly. You have one job, dude. Drive the fucking bus. Look at the road. Anne Cunningham is there. She's handling the prisoners in the back. Like, you don't have to worry about that. You just have to drive the fucking bus and make sure you don't crash it. And then what do? Get distracted and look over your shoulder for way too long and crash the bus. Terrible. Terrible. Although, if I remember correctly, his name is something Koontz. He's a Dean Koontz reference. I don't remember if they even say that anywhere in game. I know it's in the End Story comic book. I think you see his name tag. Wasn't he killed off in the comic? I mean, he dies in the bus crash. And No? I thought the comic book has Anne find his corpse and he like gets up and talks to her. Believed to be dead but isn't. I'm remembering Anne's story where she sees like the corpse of him and she thinks he's dead, and then he gets up and looks like a fucking zombie and starts talking to her, and then goes back to being a corpse. I'm not going to pull up the damn comic book right now to confirm, but he's still D tier. Regardless of being a zombie or not in the comics, he had one job. You have one job, drive the bus, you fucked it up. This guy, corrections officer. T. Willis? I think it's T. Willis. Because I always point out his name tag during the intro. He's just the guard who's like helping Anne load people onto the bus. Doesn't he just stand there for a 3-second scene? Pretty much. But I mean, he does his job. He doesn't crash a bus. He doesn't like let a prison riot happen. We'll put T. Willis above the bus driver man. Above Kuntz. Bald guy. Bald corrections officer who's has like one line. He's just sort of waving the prisoners to get onto the bus while Anne Cunningham stands there so that she can confront Murphy and say, get on the bus. I mean, again, he's there. He's doing his job. Never played Downpour. Experiencing the game this way is hilarious and amazing. Yeah. It'll be even more amazing if you play it for yourself or watch a playthrough or anything and remember all of the things that I'm talking about with these characters. Okay, so now we're getting into Downpour side characters, and boy oh boy, I'm not going to remember a lot of these because most of these are going to come from side quests that I almost never bother with, and I definitely don't talk about often or bother recalling anything about them. Ariadne Johnson, don't remember you. Amy Johnson. Is this the mother and daughter? Who is that? The ribbon side quest? I don't remember. Okay, I think that is the mother and daughter for the ribbon side quest, where the mother's a piece of shit who purposefully leaves ribbons going the wrong way as a way to try to get rid of her like mentally disabled daughter. Considering there's not any other matching names, yeah, I think that's them. So piece of shit mom and poor daughter, but D tier. Thief guy who hangs himself in the apartments. Murphy gets a change of clothes from this guy, right? Is that where Murphy gets his jacket from doing that side quest? It's an optional change of clothes. There's the main change of clothes that you get that has Coleridge's badge in it, but then there's like the side quest with the thief. No, not Homer. I've already put Homer on the thing. He's D tier. He's right here. No, I think you collect a coat to give to Homer, but you don't actually wear it. There's like a grayish hoodie that you get from doing the thief side quest. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's the thief who's like stealing shit from his neighbors, and one neighbor leaves a note on his door like, if I catch you, I'm gonna shoot you. You fuck. You piece of shit. Yeah. D tier. Whatever. Thinking about it too hard. Melissa Matlin. Is she the missing girl on the milk carton? I don't remember. Warden Glenn Milton. Now, wait a minute. We have Warden Glenn Milton, Warden Stephen Creviston, and then the Warden from Ann's Story Comics. And I don't remember which is which. I mean, the Ann's Story comic guy I remember because he's fucking awful. I don't know about the other two wardens. I'm just gonna put these two in don't care, and eventually I'll get to this guy. Captain Brian Handley. Captain Brian Handley. He's either a captain for the corrections officers or the police that like arrested Murphy. And I don't really remember which. And even if I did remember, they're probably going don't care. Judith Zaragoza? Don't remember. Dr. Wayne Sara? Don't remember you. Daniel Stevens? Don't remember. I know the various side quests, who these people might be, but I'm just going to be honest, don't remember them. A lot of the side quest stuff in Downpour, it's very rare that I bother doing it. And the times where I do it, I always remember how pointless it is, and I never remember these minor characters. Robert Bloch, which presumably is the inspiration behind Block Street, named for the author, but I don't remember their significance in terms of Downpour, so I'm just going to put him in don't care. Dr. Chloe Zane. Don't know. Don't remember you. Prisoner Rick. Don't remember you. Don't remember you. Doctor that evaluated Murphy or Napier? Maybe. There's a few things like that. There was a doctor, you find a note about that right outside of the church, orphanage, whatever, before you meet the nun lady. I think you do have like a medical examination of Napier. That's probably Dr. Wayne. Or Dr. Zane. Single memo characters are hard to remember or care about. I mean, some of them, like Officer Gucci's up here in B tier. And he's a single memo character from Silent Hill 1. Like, Ernest Baldwin, I mean, he's more of a character. Joseph Barkin, there's a decent amount about. Brookhaven director in Silent Hill 2. It's like a handful of notes. Like, there are some meaningful characters that are just in memos, even only single mentions. But none of them, especially if they're tied to like side quests, because the side quests were so like inconsequential, unrelated for the most part when it comes to Downpour. So that's it for Downpour. We're now into Short Message. Silent Hill: The Short Message, a game that I've played much more recently than Downpour, and still don't remember much. They're all meh. A lot of stuff about Short Message was kind of meh. So let's start with Anita. We were talking about Short Message not even that long ago, and I couldn't even remember the protagonist's name. And I mean, I played this game several times. I did speedruns of it very briefly, and everybody is just so forgettable. So Anita, the protagonist of Short Message, jealous of friendships, upset over people not liking her on social media as much as people like Mayu, this girl, artist girl, Japanese girl. She had a Fatal Frame sounding name. Mia or Mayu, something like that. Anyway. Her character model was okay. I didn't like that her hair clipped through her glasses constantly and made them look like they didn't have lenses. Her voice actress was okay. Not super memorable, but not like terrible. D tier. A lot of, I think I like everything Short Message is gonna be pretty low here. Artist girl, Mayu, I don't even remember her name. Does artwork, commits suicide. You know, Short Message characters, you're just going up here. You're just going D tier. Amelie, D tier. Amelie's mother, one of the worst, like, has a line delivery so bad and a line of dialogue so bad that I remember it more than anything that these more main characters say. Where the mother says, "Bad things happen because of you." E tier. We're going to go through a lot of these pretty quick. Deus Ex says, man, hot take, social media inside of a Silent Hill narrative just doesn't work. Now, I disagree with that. One of the frustrating things about Short Message, and that I talked about in my playthroughs of it, was the concept is a very real thing. Like, there are people who get so obsessed with social media and the idea of having to try to maintain this online persona and followers and popularity, and they get ostracized, in especially younger people who are in school because of it. there are actual cases in real life of people being driven to self-harm or suicide over those types of obsessions, over social media and the whole popularity kind of rat race of it. It's a very real thing, even though it's a newer, more modern thing with the advent of social media and kind of the prevalence of it in culture. But it is a real thing that affects people in very real ways. And Short Message handled it in such a stupid way that is very unrealistic and very unrelatable. It could have done something very good with those themes. It could have genuinely had a more positive, not even necessarily positive, but just more realistic message, no pun intended, behind it. And it was just terrible. It was so bad. Amelie's brother. Amelie's brother and Anita's brother. So Amelie's brother was the one who was abusive. I think there were implications that the brother was like sexually abusive towards Amelie, and Amelie was trying to get away from it. And there was something about like transferring colleges or something like that. Lower D tier. Anita's brother. I completely forgot that Anita even had a brother. Don't care. The Witch of Kettenstad. So this was a Japanese woman who was living in Germany that was driven to suicide after the town was blaming all of these bad things happening on her. She became known as this Witch of Kettenstad. I'm curious if they tie this in to Silent Hill F somehow. Because, I don't know, descendant of somebody from 1960s Japan, or possibly that character themselves being featured in Silent Hill F, like timeline-wise, would be about right. But it remains to be seen if those things are going to be related. D tier. I mean, I remember more about you than some of the main characters, I guess. Krista's lover. Is that the drawing of the boy that we never know the name of? Who's Krista? Don't care. Don't care. Actually, just don't care. Short Message. The concept behind it had a lot of potential, and it was insanely poorly handled. Very, very fumbled. Could have been something really interesting. Instead, it's very generic, kind of boring, unremarkable, not memorable. And we're now on to Book of Memories, a game that I tormented myself with for several years. I'm more familiar with this game than I wish I was, and I've already blocked much of it out of my mind because for years and years, about 2.5 years, I guess, I was grinding my way through this game just to be a completionist and have finished all 500 zones of it. To this day, my full 500 zone playthrough is the only one out there. Nobody else has done that and streamed it or put it up on YouTube or anything like that. So Book of Memories protagonist. You design your own character, or you select a pre-made class type character with the DLC in which case you can be James Sunderland or Heather Mason. They act constantly without your input. Like, for being a character that is supposed to be you and your original creation, they just do shit without any input on what they're doing from you. The whole thing is just them writing stuff in a book and you don't have a choice about it, and then going into the zones, which are supposed to be manifested versions of these other characters' minds, and then you fight a boss character, which is a manifestation of these other characters' will, and by defeating it, you impart your own will over theirs. And somehow that changes reality, so that, like, you get a promotion over your coworker, and blah, blah, blah. But none of what they do really is because of your input. You're just creating them, and then you're along for the ride. And there's very little story. Most of it is just dungeon grinding and audio, like little audio recordings and memos that you find throughout the game. You don't really get like cutscenes and things like that to flesh out characters. Yeah, I hate Book of Memories. Protagonist goes in the bottom of D tier. This is Derek, if I remember correctly. This is your coworker, the first person whose life you ruin without any input from the player. You choose to get a promotion. You want a promotion, and Derek got the promotion. So you write in your Book of Memories, I wish I got the promotion instead of Derek. And then, depending on if you have good karma or bad karma, Derek, like, gets a different job somewhere else, so you get his promotion, his job, instead of whatever. I don't care. You're going in D tier, Derek. Everything in Book of Memories is just going to kind of be at the bottom of D tier. I think was this Ashley? I barely even remember all of the Book of Memories characters, even after having played that game so much and been so familiar with it. Because I also haven't touched it in the last 4.5 years. I literally melted my copy in a candle. After I finished all 500 zones. Oh, okay. It was the high school crush. It was your potential boyfriend or girlfriend, depending on if you make a male avatar or female avatar. Matthew and Katie? Bottom of D tier. Don't care. The police officer who I think winds up dating your... He's got like he's going through like a divorce with his wife, and he winds up dating your sister, who's like still in school. Piece of shit. Fuck that guy. Sensing a strong bias here? Yeah. I'm not even gonna waste. I've already wasted so much of my life playing Book of Memories. I just don't want to waste more of it tier listing these guys beyond bottom of the barrel. Now, because I spent so much of my life doing that, I don't think I would just drop them in don't care. And I definitely remember them, so they don't go there. But yeah, fuck all of these people. This was, yeah, Trent and Ashley. So you wind up forcing a relationship with your protagonist with either Katie or Matthew, and then their ex, basically they get jealous and go after you and start doing shit depending on your karma and everything. I think they also had their own Book of Memories where they were trying to alter things in reality against you, but then it gets stolen from them. I remember there's notes about that because one of the person who steals it is this guy, Jack something. Merrick? So Gordon, Commissioner Gordon, I always call him Commissioner Gordon. Fucking what's his real name? Graham Reynolds. Is a detective who's chasing down this escaped prisoner, convicted felon man, Jack Merrick, who has his own Book of Memories that he takes from either Trent or Ashley, depending on how you make your character and which one of them is involved in your story. And then just uses the book to, like, do crime and avoid getting arrested and make your life miserable because he knows you've also got a book. And you're trying to, like, intervene with all of that. Whatever. Who cares? And then your sister, Shannon, who is, like I said, a teenager who's still in school, who is having an affair with Detective Reynolds while he's going through a weird divorce. And I think she winds up taking her own life. Her story was particularly bad. Her zones are one of my least favorite zones. Everybody's zone has a theme to it. So, like, hers were the blood dungeons, which the doors of the blood dungeons were, like, the stickiest, that, like, trying to run through them, activate them and run through them, your character would always get stuck in a lot of rooms, and I got killed a lot because of that. And just everything was red. Everything in the blood dungeon is red. And the items that you can interact with are all red. So everything is red. You can't see anything in her fucking zones. D tier, everything from Book of Memories. And then side characters in Book of Memories. Lorelei Reynolds. So that's Detective Reynolds' wife. He's cheating on her with your sister, your teenage sister. Who cares? D tier. Samuel Chester, who's like a historical figure in Silent Hill. Sam Chester, there's like a monument to Sam Chester in Silent Hill 2. He's the headless man on the horse. D tier. Michelle Valdez from Shattered Memories, for some reason, shows up in some of the notes and memos in Book of Memories. We already ranked Shattered Memories Michelle. Don't know if it's the same name, different character, or just a different representation of the character, but she's just mentioned in some notes in Book of Memories. All of Book of Memories, bottom of the trash heap in D tier. Have we done Silent Hill Orphan? They're down here. We haven't gotten to Orphan yet. Silent Hill the Arcade. So we have our two playable protagonists, Eric and Tina. I'm pretty sure it's Eric and Tina. I'm cheating. I'm gonna look. Gonna look at my notes. Yes. Eric and Tina. So for anybody who's never played the arcade game, it's just an on-rail shooter. There is a story. There's also some hilariously bad voice acting. All of these characters, in terms of voice performance, are so fucking bad. But it's a more enjoyable game than Book of Memories, and the story's more interesting. It's actually taking a note from Silent Hill 2 about a ship that sank in Toluca Lake called the Little Baroness, and expanding on that story, kind of giving you some more history about it. And Eric is one of the descendants. He's a descendant of the captain of the Little Baroness, which is how he gets like wrapped up in everything and kind of serves a part in all of it. Best character in the arcade is definitely Great Grandpa and UFO ending. Yeah, the captain. That's the captain of the Little Baroness, who's actually right here. He's one of the things on one of the people on this list. But I would say these characters are probably going to be my like top of D tier. Not very good character designs, terrible voice performances. So yeah, Eric and Tina. The little girl. Is it Emily? Emily! I'm trying to remember the characters. I'm trying to remember all the scenes with the bad acting. Emily! I'm pretty sure it's Emily is the real little girl, and then Hannah is the ghost little girl. Because there's two almost identical looking little girls, and one of them is, I think, possessing the other, if I remember. So Emily, she's a little girl. She's a pen pal with Tina and runs around through the town, and you chase after her and then shoot iconic Silent Hill monsters in iconic Silent Hill locations. Emily's dad, sure, I remember him. Michelle Anderson and Scott Fairbanks. Scott Fairbanks is mentioned in another game. Is that Silent Hill 2? Or Silent Hill 4? Yeah, he's mentioned in Silent Hill 2. There's a Scott Fairbanks note. No, that's what it is. That's what it is. It's not a note. It's one of the answers in the game show, in the elevator game show. When it's asking who was the person who murdered Billy and Miriam Locane. And it's like Walter Sullivan, Scott Fairbanks, or Ed Gein. I don't remember what role he plays in the arcade game. Same for Michelle Anderson. Don't remember. I don't remember you. Hannah. Hannah. I just know there's a creepy, not a creepy cutscene, but it tries to be creepy, where Emily is possessed by Hannah, and they're like, "Who are you? What's your name?" And she says Hannah with like a creepy multi-layered voice thing. Sure, you're up here with Emily. You also turn into the final boss of the arcade game, and if we're gonna include boss designs, you're kind of neat. It's like a big tentacle tar monster that you have to shoot all of its multiple hands. Probably one of the neater parts of arcade. I would say top of D tier out of the arcade stuff. Hannah's mother, who killed Hannah and threw her overboard. Bottom of D tier. Captain Eric's great-grandpa did his best to captain the Little Baroness and help his passengers. And also shows up in the UFO ending. Like, you'll have to chase me across the stars. And then Tina and Eric get into a spaceship and then chase after him in his spaceship. And then the screen pulls out and it's Robbie the Rabbit playing an old 8-bit arcade game. Then there's all of the friends. Trying to remember all of the friends. Because they like yell everybody's name out when they find them. Her name is Jessie. I always remember the scene because that's the Pyramid Head grabs her and you have to shoot Pyramid Head to make him let go of her. And then it looks like she gets covered in bugs. And then as you start to leave, there, or at the end of that sequence, Tina is like crying to Eric, like, but Jessie. And then if you actually saved Jessie, she just gets up. She's like there off camera and just sits up from out of nowhere and goes, "Oh, what happened? Jessie, you're alive." Who's the first guy? He's the first one that you see where you have to, they're like, go help the others. Bill? I want to say I remember Eric being like, "There's Bill," or something like that. Bill, are you okay? Anyway. D tier Bill, D tier Jesse, they just kind of show up. They're all part of the same arcade game crew. They're members of their school's historical group, and they're visiting the historical society, so they're interested in history and visiting Silent Hill. So I don't know. I'm trying to just think of everything I can with these characters, but they're D tiers. They're D-listers. George? No. One of these is George. One of these is Ryan. George, I think, is the one in the body bag. And you have to shoot and kill the greedy worm from Silent Hill 4. And the split head worm from Silent Hill 3. A very worm-centric stage for the arcade game, where they just kind of throw all the worm monsters together. Because you have the little leeches from Silent Hill 4, and then you have the greedy worm from Silent Hill 4, which is like the big umbilical cord looking worm, and then you have the split head worm from the end of the mall in Silent Hill 3, like all together. I think this is George. I might be misremembering. One of these is George, one of these is Ryan. They're all mildly forgettable arcade game characters. I still like them more than the mildly forgettable short message characters. Definitely more than the Book of Memories characters. Silent Hill Orphan. This was the first Silent Hill mobile game. They're basically like point and clicks for old mobile phones. Admittedly, I have not played the Orphan games. Gosh. In a long ass time. A very long time. And I never even got around to streaming them. At one point, I was trying to set up an emulator to do Orphan 1, 2, and 3 as part of a series marathon. This would have been around 2016 when I was streaming and doing the big 24-hour marathons and trying to play as many Silent Hill games as I could back to back. And I was setting up, I had an emulator set up to do the Orphan games, and it wound up not working. I couldn't get it to capture correctly. And I just wound up playing a bunch of fan games instead. There's like a fan-made Silent Hill beat 'em up based on Streets of Rage that I played. And stuff like Silent Hill Gallows, which I don't think you can even get anymore because it ripped a bunch of Downpour assets. Yeah, there was a bunch of weird fan games that I wound up playing for that marathon instead of the Orphan games. But I mean, I haven't played through these probably since like 2010 or something. So I really don't remember a whole lot about them. I'm going to be honest and just put all of these in played but don't remember. Ben was like one of the main characters from Orphan, and I mean, if I can't remember Ben, I'm not going to really have an easy time remembering the rest of these. Claudia is part of it, and Vincent is part of it. They're like two of the only recurring characters. So I'll put them a little bit higher here at like a bottom D tier type of thing, but I really don't remember hardly anything about Orphan. So everyone's going there. Oh boy, something that I wish I didn't remember, but unfortunately I do. Silent Hill Ascension. Silent Hill Ascension characters. Ascension was awful. Ascension was awful, and every single one of these fucking characters deserves to just be in Don't Care or Bottom D, along with the Book of Memories characters. Rachel, she's a member of the Foundation, Ascension's version of the cult. Terrible mother, terrible wife, horrible person, gouges her eye out for no reason. Bad character design, bad voice acting. Bottom D. Can we do Don't Care? I would say some of these are going to be more Don't Care, and some of these are just going to be... I don't know. I kind of want to put all of them in Don't Care. Yeah. Rachel's husband, they call him Eric throughout the entire thing, but I remember he has a different name. Eric is like his middle name, and his first name I think was Alfonso. They never say it in Ascension. It was just in character profiles that were put up on the website when they were very first promoting Ascension. Bad mother gouges eye out for no reason. This is the best way to experience some of these titles. Yeah, well, you can actually still watch Ascension. It's on Tubi. You can also watch... It's all archived on my YouTube if you want to see me going through all of it. But heads up, it's terrible. It's terrible. This should have made a better not... God, I can't even read anymore. Should have made a better not exist category. Yeah, Dr. Freeman. Ascension should not have existed. These characters I definitely don't care about. Eric, I liked Eric slightly more than Rachel, but I still don't care about these characters. Toby, everybody's sad wet man. God, just for the sake of Magpie talking about this is the best way to experience things, I'm going to try to just say a little bit about each character before I just dump them and don't care. So Rachel, terrible mother, terrible wife, bad member of the cult, fucks up multiple rituals, gouges out her eye for no reason. Eric runs a laundromat very poorly, talks about Toby being his best friend, and all they ever do is fight and yell at each other and never do anything that seems friendly ever, but then constantly talk about, oh, I have to help him, he's my best friend. Eric gets a train run on him by the members of the cult so that he can move to a higher ranking within the Foundation's cult. There's literally a cult orgy scene. That's a thing that happens in Ascension. So that's Eric. Toby. Toby is the brother of this character, Joy. Joy dies. She was a drug addict who was trying to make her life better and gets brainwashed into joining the Foundation and dies because of Rachel's shitty ritual doing. So that's Joy. Joy's brother, Toby, was like I said, supposedly best friends with Eric, even though the two of them never do anything ever throughout the entire show to act like friends. It's revealed that Toby was working at the local mill. Was it a mill or a metal works? Something like that. They sort of forget about that entire subplot after a while. But oh yeah, Legate, you brought that up. Didn't Toby kill a bunch of people in an accident? So not really. That was revealed to be Rachel's fault. Toby was the one who was supposed to be working the machinery, and things did go wrong because of Toby, but Rachel locked the facility down and trapped everybody, which is why they died. The accident would have happened because of Toby, but they would have been able to evacuate if not for Rachel fucking up. So Toby is the man who is sad and wet. Yeah, the developers, they would do daily developer chats before and after every episode, and one of the developers, Noah, was it Noah? Was that her name? Something like that. Described Toby as being the sad wet man, everyone's favorite sad wet man. Anyway, don't care. That's Toby. Astrid is the daughter of Carl and the mother of, oh man, what was his name? What's the little goober's name? This kid. His name is Little Shit. God, it's been long enough. I'm actually starting to forget Ascension characters. Oh, that makes me so relieved. One day these things will not be in my brain cells anymore. Anyway, Astrid. She is a scientist, a biologist. She can identify drugs by glancing at them under a microscope. I remember that happening. Anyway, Astrid, don't care about you. Her father, Carl. Yeah, one of the worst voice performances in all of the series, and I mean that's saying something because they're all pretty bad. He does say, "Listen here, you little shit," or he says, "Listen here." I think I added the little shit part when I was watching the episode. He shoots the berry picker. And then eventually he just leaves. He just kind of leaves the story. Him and Meta just get on a boat and like leave, and they're done. Anyway, Carl. Xavier? What was it Xavier? One of the higher ranking members of the Foundation? I'm really trying to think about it. I shouldn't even be giving it this much thought. Xavier, didn't he try to stab one of the characters in the woods or something? I mean, he does. He like stabs He stabs people. He cuts Rachel's face. And then there's no blood. But yeah, he's just one of the cult leaders. He's manipulating everybody. He gets lost in the other world and gets rescued by Eric. Like, his spirit is gone, but his body is still there. And he's just kind of sitting around for several episodes. Anyway, don't care. Everybody here is going and don't care. I'm just trying my best to even, like, remember who these characters are. Krista was another member of the Foundation. She was just there to kind of act like a bitch towards everyone. And she calls herself that. That's not just me saying something about the character. She has several lines throughout the series where she's just like, hey, I'm a bitch, I'm not a monster, or something like that. Yeah, whatever. Another cult lady. This was the fake, no, this was the fake Child Protective Services lady. This was the cult elder lady. I don't remember her name. She's somebody higher ranking than Xavier in the Foundation. And she turns out to be fake CPS lady's sister. She was the fake Child Protective Services lady's sister. And the two of them were working in conjunction to try and get the children involved. Astrid's son, who I still can't remember the name of. Oliver? Olimar? What the fuck was that kid's name? Whatever. Anyway. Cult lady. Sister of fake CPS lady. Orson. Thank you, Zelatath. Orson. That was it. Astrid's mother. Ingrid? I think Ingrid was her name. She dies in like the first episode. And then she just shows up in ghost form to annoy the shit out of her daughter, Astrid, several times. And lure Orson out into the woods. She has one of the moments that made me laugh out loud the hardest, because there's this big thing, and remember, these episodes, like, they weren't all shown all together. Every day you would tune in and you'd watch like a minute to 2 minutes of an episode, and then you'd have to wait till the next day to get the next 2 minutes. And there was this reveal where Astrid was at work, she was at the hospital, and there was a corpse on the table, which I guess she was helping out with the morgue or autopsy or something. I don't even remember the circumstances around it. But she pulls back the sheet to look at the body, and it's her mom. Like, it turns into her mom, Ingrid. And Ingrid is like, yeah, it's your fault that I'm dead. And then that was like the end of the segment. And then the very start of the next segment the following day was Ingrid cornering Astrid to like guilt haunt her. And she goes, meh. Hold on. I have a YouTube short of this happening. I should just pull up some of these moments. For people who weren't there to experience them. Yeah. Here's the main thing I remember about Astrid's mom is this scene right here.
No, you fucking apologize to me. You're the one who ruined my life. You ruined all of our lives. I'm sorry I ever had such a worthless,
I'm a ghost.
cowardly, indignant.
Yeah. Yeah. I still don't care about you, Ingrid. You're still going in the same tier list. In the same category. This guy, the guy who ran the Ice Hotel, that's basically his whole character. He's the man who runs the Ice Hotel and also works as the bartender in the Ice Hotel. And he's the guy who gets Carl interested in runes. Ice Hotel? Yeah, it's a hotel where all of the walls and building is made out of ice, which apparently is a real thing. There are places where that's a thing. And apparently there's one in this little random village in Norway. Runes? Yeah. Carl starts talking about weird things happening on his farm, and he's trying to figure out what he can do about it. And it was a quote unquote audience voted choice. You can either vote to like put up security cameras or, you know, set up traps. Be like, oh, it's just wolves, so I'll set up some traps. Or you could set up cameras and try to see if you can catch on camera who's going around and messing up stuff on the farm. Or you could put magical runes, rocks with runes on them, around your farm to protect you. And that was this guy's suggestion to Carl, was you should use the magical runes. And that's what the audience, quote unquote, audience voted for. AKA, that's what was scripted and rigged to happen. because Ascension was a scam and you didn't really vote for anything and all of it was fake. So yeah, that was the thing. That was that character. There was this guy, I don't remember his name, childhood friend of Astrid, who was also friends with Astrid's sister, and Astrid's sister went on a mass shooting spree and killed a bunch of people and injured this guy, and then this guy became a podcaster. That's a real thing that happened in Silent Hill Ascension. Then there's fake Child Protective Services lady, because Astrid has been losing her mind and Orson keeps going missing and they suspect Astrid. So a random member of the town who was played by one of the character avatars that was made by a user that was a lady with a mustache and a cardigan calls Child Protective Services on Astrid. And this is the CPS lady who shows up. And she tries to give Astrid some weed gummies and tells her to calm down, that she's only there to help. And then it turns out that she is the sister of the Foundation cult leader lady, and that they were working together to try to kidnap the two main family's kids, Orson and Faith. And then here's Faith. There's another good YouTube short. Hold on. Instead of explaining who Faith is, I mean, she's Rachel Hernandez's daughter, the daughter of these two, Rachel and Eric. Kidnapped to what end, though? Oh, that's the $1 million question, isn't it? Because Ascension doesn't make any fucking sense. And there were a lot of plot points that were just never really addressed.
What?
Okay, hold on. We've got to... Let me pull this up again. There's two scenes with Faith Hernandez. And we're just going to play... I made both of them into YouTube shorts. We're just going to watch the shorts and then throw her into Don't Care.
What? But...
No buts. My word is final on this, Eric.
Why are you yelling?
Shut up.
Faith, honey? Aren't you supposed to be playing in your room?
I got bored playing alone.
Go back upstairs. Mommy and Daddy are talking.
When I want to play hide and seek.
Oh my god, the animation.
How about I play with you?
No, I want Mommy. She never plays with me. She's always working at the Foundation.
Screaming and throwing a fit isn't how we get our way.
That's what you do.
Boom.
Maybe if I yell and shout, I can get what I want too.
Faith? Honey?
Called her.
Play with me!
That's it.
What the
Go
fuck?
upstairs to your room.
Play with
You're in
me.
timeout, young lady.
No!
Faith!
What the
Say you're
fuck?
sorry. Now! Faith, come back here right now!
I'll go get her.
I'll talk to her.
So there's one clip. There's one clip of Faith. Play with me. And then slaps her mom. As you do. And then she also hits the saddest Gritty. So let's pull that one up. Here we go, the saddest Gritty. It hasn't even left yet. Gets me every time.
Like this?
What the fuck was that animation? She hit the saddest Gritty ever seen. That, like, how else can you even describe that motion? Like, what the fuck was that animation to leave the scene? Other than the saddest Gritty ever to be hit by someone.
Faith, why don't you go to bed? Mommy and Daddy need to talk.
If we're ever going to find out why she's acting like this, we need to know who took her in the first.
So there you go. That's Faith. That's Faith from Silent Hill Ascension. Don't care. Don't care, Tear. The Gritty Goose emote. That's perfect. Poochie has gone back to his home planet. Oh, God. Oh man, I just realized I mixed up characters. This, I put this character up here as Joy. This was not Joy. This was Ava. Ava was the sister of Astrid who went on the shooting spree and shot this man and disabled him, and then he became a podcaster. Ava. That was Ava. This is Joy. This is Toby's sister, who was a drug addict trying to get clean, who wound up getting brainwashed and joining the cult, and then died because of a ritual that was not performed correctly by Rachel Hernandez. This lady. Who was this lady? She showed up towards the very end. And I don't remember what was her purpose or who she was. Thank God. That means Silent Hill Ascension is leaving my brain. Was she the one who found the kid wandering the streets? No. This was... She had a name. Oh yeah. They locked her up in the church, in the orgy room. You're right, Legate. She was just like locked up in a room most of the time. But like, other than that, what did she... I don't remember. What was her purpose? But yes, they kept her in the Foundation, locked up in the orgy room. Because, yeah, she's the one who showed up with Faith after Faith had been missing for a long time. Orson, he's Astrid's daughter. He bites other kids. He annoys everyone in his family. Even Grandma hates him. Meta is Ingrid's twin sister who Carl has feelings for, possibly had a previous affair with. They get on a boat and just leave towards the end of the show. Like, they literally just kind of get voted off the island, and they're gone. She was a nurse, and she had drugs that were in her purse, which led Astrid to believe that she provided drugs to Carl that Carl used to kill Ingrid, Astrid's mother. That plot point never goes anywhere. This was Detective What's-Her-Face. I don't remember her name, but she is a detective in the Norway side of the story who is investigating Astrid and the death of Ingrid and Orson's disappearance and all of the weird stuff that's happening with the family. And I think at the very end, she became the lesbian lover of Astrid. Don't they kiss? That scene is in my brain. And I have a hard time distinguishing, was I just delirious from watching the show that much and my brain was trying to like make things up? Or did that really happen? But I'm pretty sure that really happened. I think she became Astrid's lesbian lover towards the very end. It happened, and you were delirious. It was both. Okay, that's fair. Didn't she have 2 user-generated people as her assistants or something? Yes. When she first started showing up, there was other cops, other detective people with her, and those were both created user avatars. This is Zane, also known as the Wanderer. He's the man in the suit who shows up in the other world and makes little dioramas of all of the story happening. Whenever a plot point happens, we get a scene of this guy sitting in a little workshop somewhere making a diorama of it. And then every once in a while, he shows up in the other world for no real reason. They were really building him up to be something of a main plot point character, and then that never really went anywhere. The final scene of the show was this guy standing on one side of a door, and this thing, the Collector, standing on another side of a door. And the door didn't open because the Collector didn't have all the keys. The Collector would show up every time a character died and take a key and take one of their fingers. This was a monster made out of fingers. He didn't get enough fingies. Exactly. But supposedly something cool would have happened, according to Jacob Navoke. He was like, we want the audience to vote for all the bad things to happen, because if all the characters die, the Collector gets all the fingers, and then there's a different ending. Well, we didn't get to see that, because apparently we quote-unquote didn't vote for it. Even though it was proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that the votes were all rigged and bullshit anyway. So that's Zane the Wanderer and the Collector. And then this guy was the cult founder. He had, I don't remember his name. They say his name a lot throughout the show because he wrote the book that the cult, their version of the cult, the Foundation, was were following. Xavier's teachings? No, Xavier was this guy. Xavier was this guy. He was one of the cult elders, but this was like the original cult founder. Radcliffe? Oh, something Radcliffe. Peter Radcliffe? Something Radcliffe. I don't care. I started to look it up and then I just realized it's Ascension. I don't care about any of these characters. Ascension was just absolutely horrible, awful, bad animation, bad voice acting, bad character models, horribly written. Had nothing to do with Silent Hill outside of the title being Silent Hill Ascension. There's literally nothing Silent Hill about it. Oh, and the characters sometimes would have Silent Hill music for their fucking ringtones. Did we skip Berryman? Berryman's not in here. Because I think Berryman might have been a user avatar. No, he couldn't have been. There's a lot of characters from Ascension that are missing. We don't have Berryman. We don't have Tassadul. We don't have all of the ladies with mustaches. We don't have that one guy who looked like Murderface. So many memorable characters missing from the Ascension character list. Tassadul would be S tier if Tassadul was on this list. The only good thing about Silent Hill Ascension. The only good thing. My wife was also there. But does it count if your account was deleted? You made the character and deleted. So my wife Rachel's character also showed up in an episode next to Liu Kang, and it was like 3 weeks after she deleted her account.
But to be fair, that character had the face, I would.
Yeah. I just put everyone in Ascension in don't care about them. But okay. Silent Hill the movie. Man, we're getting close to the end of this list, and I really just want to try and finish it off. Silent Hill the movie. This is the 2006 Christoph Gans Silent Hill movie. Rose De Silva endangers her child, doesn't communicate well with her husband. Bad mom. Good actress. I like Radha Mitchell. I think she did her best. Put up with a creeper. All the women did. I mean, yeah, I kind of feel bad for everybody who had to be part of this and deal with Christoph Gans. I'm thinking like C tier. C tier. Sharon De Silva. Danielle Furland. who actually went on to do some other horror stuff even after this. I think she played the part well for Sharon, and Alessa, although Alessa is a separate character here, so we're just doing the, wow, like burned body Alessa and ghost devil Alessa. But yeah, for Sharon, I think she did pretty well. I would put her in low B tier. She screams Silent Hill and rolls around. Good actress, definitely wasted here. Sean Bean. I'm not even going to call him by his character name. It's just Sean Bean. He wanders around the town with Officer Gucci. His roles are mostly... His role in the film is mostly pointless because it was an afterthought. Roger Avery had to rewrite the script because Christoph Gans's original version of the script didn't have a single male character in it. Because he just likes being surrounded by women on movie sets. He's a weird sex pervert. So they had to add in a couple of male characters. So Sean Bean got added in there. And it's mostly just him wandering around an empty town with Officer Gucci. But it's Sean Bean. It's Sean Bean who doesn't die, as Rachel says. He shows up again in Revelations. Do we have a separate Sean Bean entry for Revelations? No. So we're including Revelations as part of his character ranking here. Dressed kind of like Henry. Yeah, they dress him up like Henry at the end of Revelations. He definitely cared less about his part in that movie, like in terms of keeping the accent going. He kind of leaves his traumatized daughter behind to look for his wife. Yeah. Yeah. C tier. C tier. Sybil. Sybil Bennett in the movie. I think Sybil was one of the best parts of the movie. Even as someone who... I don't hate the first Silent Hill movie. It's not a good representation of Silent Hill 1. But if you like entertaining schlock, it's entertaining schlock. And I like stuff like that. Of course, that's Laurie Holden, who's done a ton of stuff. A lot of people might know her from The Walking Dead. I think she was a good portrayal of Sybil. She definitely had the look down. I liked her attitude, her actual acting of the character, her line deliveries. It's a shame that she just gets sacrificed, gets burnt up by the cult. Yeah, Locomo. Oh my fucking god, she's Andrea from The Walking Dead. But, yeah, Sybil Bennett. I would say high B tier. One of the better parts about the movie. Officer Gucci. Another good actor, Kim Coates. Kind of wasted on a pretty minor part. That, again, the male characters were sort of added in as an afterthought. As part of a script rewrite. Seemed like a neat practical makeup on his hands. Yeah. Yeah. He burned his hands trying to save Alessa. And genuinely tried to help evacuate and get people out when the fire started. despite Sean Bean breaking lots of laws, he sympathizes with him and tries to help him out. Like, well acted character, especially, yeah, considering they took Officer Gucci, who's like one memo in Silent Hill 1, and kind of fleshed him out into a somewhat interesting character. I'd put him up here in like a high C with Sean Bean and Rhoda Mitchell. He's not in the movie a whole lot, but I like the little part that he plays. Dahlia. Movie Dahlia. I liked her look. Again, yeah, Karen Unger, I like the actress. I feel like she added some nice creepy vibes to everything. Oh yeah, we get one of the lines, one of the better lines. The fire doesn't cleanse, it blackens. Yeah, similar to our other characters here. I'd put her up in like a high C tier. I don't think she's quite on the level of Jodelle and Sharon to make it into the low Bs. But she's on the higher end of C above these other characters. Alessa's physical form. She's all burnt up, good practical effects. She plays part to one of the best parts of that movie, the barbed wire revenge against Christabella. And just the actress with all the makeup and everything, like laying in the bed and smiling, smirking while all this horrible shit happens. We don't get to see much of her. She plays kind of a very little part of the overall movie. But yeah, C tier. C tier for Alessa's physical form. Alessa's devil projection ghost whatever, also played by Jodelle Ferland. I would put this up with Sharon in like a low B. Look at me, I'm burning. Yeah, I think Jodelle played the character super well. Even if it's not, like I said, we're not judging this based on accuracy to Silent Hill 1. We're looking at the movie strictly as its own thing. I like the look, I like the performance. Good for you, Jodelle. Low B tier. Christabella. My favorite Borg queen. Love the actress. I really like her performance. She plays a good villain. I love seeing her as a villain. She's got some really good lines. She's super cold, heartless, and of course has the best, arguably one of the best death scenes in the movie. Barbed wire tentacles going right up through her from the worst possible entry point and ripping her in half. I would say she's a low B tier. Not quite. I still like Sharon and Jodelle more, but better than these characters. I'd put Christabella in B. Nun lady that Sean Bean. She's the lady that Sean Bean scares. When trying to go into the orphanage and find out more about Sharon. I don't know. D tier. You're kind of barely a character. The janitor. The creepy janitor. One of the more memorable parts of the movie. Such a creepy character, such a cool effect. Cool idea as a monster. Yeah, even Yamaoka liked him. I would say up here in B, along with Christabella. I don't think I can feel right in my heart giving anything from the movie higher than a B tier. But he's one of the better parts of the first movie. Random cult lady. That was Random Cult Lady. This is an actress we looked up, wasn't it? Hold on, Rachel's gonna tell me in a little bit. Yeah, she's the lady from Cube. Thank you. I'm like, I know we looked up her and the one other weird looking male cultist who was also in some other stuff. Who's not on this list? The guy with the long hair? I know we looked him up for something and found out he was like another little character actor. She's more of a character than the nun lady. She throws is she the one that throws the rock? Or, oh man, I'm trying to remember. She does something. I think she's the one who throws a rock at Rhoda Mitchell when she's doing her your faith brings death. She slaps her. That's what it is. That's what it is. Oh, I'm mixing up Anna, who's actually up next. Anna throws a rock at Dahlia. Yeah, filth and lies. Anna has one of the better death scenes. It's up there with Christabella's. I like her a lot less as a character than Christabella. But Pyramid Head shows up, picks her up, rips off her clothes, rips off her skin, and then flings the skin at the church doors. It's such an iconic scene. They reference it in Silent Hill 2 Remake. Pyramid Head throws a mannequin at the doors before you fight him. Yeah, I would say upper end of C tier. Here with the other movie characters. Cult Man. I barely remember this guy. Meh. Bottom of D. You're in the movie. I remember your face. But you don't stand out as, like, anything special. Pyramid Head. Movie version of Pyramid Head. again, arguably one of the best and worst parts. The redesign is strange. The sharper helmet, the super buff, shirtless, open back smock, where the stuntman who was playing Pyramid Head had his ass hanging out the whole time. And they show it briefly in the movie. To be fair, that wasn't intended. Yeah, apparently that was not an intentional part of the design, but it was necessary for his mobility because of how constricting the design for the whole smock skirt thing was. Plus, he was up on stilts. Like, he had these big platform stilt things. Plus all the prosthetics and the stuff on the body. Didn't like his normal hands. Yeah, him having kind of normal weird hands. He does get stabbed. Or shot. He gets shot. Sybil shoots him in the elevator, right? In the arm. But then it's because of this design that the bimbofication of Pyramid Head became a thing. His redesign for Homecoming and a lot of things that came afterwards, they all took this awesome, iconic Ito design and started making it musclier and more naked, and I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like that aspect of it. Props to the stunt actor for doing what he did. Props to the design. Oh yeah, not a separate thing for Revelation for Pyramid Head. So yeah, he was the stunt choreographer. But yeah, he's also got a big dumb fight with Cenobite Claudia in Silent Hill Revelations. And he powers up the carousel, the big burning carousel, and he cuts off the arms of the people in the mental asylum where Leonard is. I put him above Christabella, next to the janitor, but I'm not a huge fan of the. He's still one of the better parts of the movies, so he makes it up into B tier. But I'm not a huge fan of the Pyramid Head redesign and everything. Movie Lisa. She's there. She shows up just to kind of be like, remember this character? Here she is. She's got bleedy eyes. Missed opportunity. Missed opportunity to actually add some character and dimension and more scenes to one of the more beloved characters from Silent Hill 1. And instead, she just kind of shows up as a prop more than anything. Just to kind of be like, hey, remember me? Remember Lisa? Silent Hill Revelations. Heather. And I want to say something first before we get into Silent Hill Revelations. I think the casting for Revelations was on point. Even if the script and the direction and everything else around it was fucking awful. I think the people they got to play these respective characters were really good choices. Good choices of actors. They all had kind of the right look about them. Except for maybe Jon Snow. But if they would have actually had him playing the role more like the game's Vincent, I think he could have pulled it off. But the entire character was rewritten into something else. Again, just like with the first movie, I'm trying not to judge it as a bad adaptation of Silent Hill 1. I want to try and judge it just as its movie. So Heather, good actress, bad movie, bad lines, also has some bad deliveries. I'd say low C tier. Douglas. I wanted this man to be in the movie so much more. We didn't get enough Douglas. They got such a good actor, and he was playing the role really well, and I was so interested to see where they go with it the first time I watched Revelations. I saw that movie in theaters, by the way. And he's in like 2 scenes and then they kill him. Like, again, I would say like C tier. I like him more than Heather. I like the actor. I like the little bits of the movie that he's in, and then he's just robbed from us. He's taken away. Vincent. Jon fucking Snow. D tier. D tier. Not even just comparing to the original Vincent, just judging it on the merit of the movie itself. The character was so bad. His portrayal of this character was so inconsistent with who he was supposed to be in terms of the narrative. He's supposed to be this completely grown and raised in the horrible Silent Hill verse, who had to go through rituals and suffering and pain just to be in the normal world. And he's just like cracking jokes in class and trying to hit on Heather on the bus. He's weird. He's creepy. Even this actor is capable of so much better. And yeah, just Vincent falls flat. And he's weird and he loves his cousin. Revelations is bad. Revelations is bad, and I don't like Vincent. He's one of my least favorite things about that movie. Claudia. What do I feel about Claudia? I mean, again, yeah, we've got legendary actress. We've got Carrie-Anne Moss. Fucking Trinity. The look was fine. Kind of looks okay in some parts. Kind of looks like a bad cosplay in others. Also, she turns into a Cenobite. If it was in something else entirely, I think I might have appreciated her a little bit more. But, yeah. Top of D tier. Oh, Malcolm. Malcolm McDowell. Another wasted, brilliant actor. In my mind, I can picture Malcolm McDowell being such a good Leonard Wolf. Like, think about the dialogue of Leonard in Silent Hill 3, if they had actually made it more accurate to that. And Malcolm McDowell delivering those lines. Heretic, you plan to destroy God. This was such wasted potential. And then they redesigned him into whatever this is, which was already not a great character redesign, both for the human form and for the monster form. And he almost went blind. He almost went blind from the contacts that they put on him for this redesign that ultimately didn't look that good anyway. It literally injured Malcolm McDowell's eyes. I would say C tier in between Douglas and Heather. Great actor, but such a wasted actor on the wasted potential for how good of an actor and how good they could have made Leonard Wolf with Malcolm McDowell. And then the monster form is just a big muscle rubber suit and with a glowy thing in its chest. I don't know. Waste. Such a waste. This is girl who gets turned into mannequin. This is mannequin girl. Well, there's a couple mannequin girls. This is the one who starts off normal and then gets caught. The mannequin spider grabs her. She's barely a character. She's there so that the mannequin spider monster has somebody to kill. Because we can't kill the main character. Who dis? He's wearing like a uniform. Detective man. I remember there was 2 detectives who show up to the Mason house and see the "Come to Silent Hill" painted in blood on the wall, and then they're never seen again. But I don't remember if that's him. Is he the one at the mall? But this is like a daytime shot. Wasn't that a nighttime shot where the ambulance shows up to check on Douglas's body? I don't remember this guy at all. This is Naked Mannequin Girl. So this is the one who Heather finds who's already mostly mannequinified. And yeah, again, kind of barely a character, but at least they tried to do kind of a special effect with her. A little bit higher up in D tier. And then we have Travis Grady. Because of course, we've got to have the movie end teasing so many potential other things. We see Travis Grady show up and give Heather a ride. Heather and Vincent. And then we see, as they're driving away, they go past the prison bus from Downpour. They were teasing Origins and Downpour at the end of Revelations, neither of which is ever going to happen. He looked the part? Yeah, he looks the part. He's in a scene, and he's Travis Grady. Top of D tier. I'd say here. Claudia deserves a little bit more credit than guy who shows up for one scene as Travis. But still D tier. Now we're into the comic books. It's been a long time since I've read through the comic books. The comics are not particularly good. And I don't remember a whole lot about them. Except for Anne's story, funny enough. As much as I dislike Downpour as a game, out of all of the comics, Anne's story is, like, to me, by far the best one. Because it's just a lot of stuff that I wish was in Downpour as a game. I would have liked Downpour as a game a lot better if all the stuff from Anne's story had been featured in the game somewhere. But we're going to do these just kind of rapid fire because I read these comics and I don't remember these people. Yeah, I don't remember the comics. Maybe we'll do a stream of reading all the comics and I'll refresh my memory on these. But I legitimately don't remember most anything from the comics. It's been a long time since I've read any of them. Anne's story is the most recent one in my brain. And I think the last time I read that was like 2018. And the only ones that kind of stick out in my head as memorable are Silent Hill Past Life, Anne's story, Paint It Black. But yeah, these characters that were from like Sinner's Reward and stuff like that. I read them. I own them. And I just don't remember most of these characters. I think these were the cheerleaders. Are these the cheerleaders from Paint It Black? Don't matter. If I can't even really remember most of it. You're all filling out this category. Don't remember. Did we ever figure out who the last 7 are? We did. But I'm going to be fair and put them as don't remember because until somebody in YouTube comments reminded me who they were, I didn't know who they were. So everyone here is going in don't remember. Sorry, everybody. And then we do have some of the Silent Hill Past Life characters. I'm just gonna go, I remember who you are, but I don't care about you. Don't remember. Anne's story? Okay, so these... We've got Anne Cunningham's husband. We'll put him here in D tier somewhere. Here's some other Downpour characters. Not really much of a character to him, but he was another corrections officer who... I'm trying to remember. Did he cheat and leave? Or did he die? Something happened where he was not in Anne's life anymore. I think he cheated on Anne and left. Didn't he get tired of her when all she could focus on was taking care of her dad? And then left her? We'll put him in bottom of D. The warden. I don't remember which warden, because there are several wardens from multiple prisons in the story of Downpour. But the warden, Anne Cunningham, has to put on the sexy Eileen nurse outfit for. That's a real thing that happens in the Anne's story comic book. So she mentions it in Downpour. She says she had to do sick things in order to like arrange everything to where she could get transferred to be the person in charge of Murphy when he's on the bus, so that she would get her opportunity to get her revenge and kill Murphy, because she blamed Murphy Pendleton for killing her father. So this is the warden that she had to do sexual favors for in order for him to give her the transfer request and be able to enact all of that. Her husband left. Oh, Rachel pulled it up.
That's right.
Because of the affair. Okay, so everyone knew about Anne and the warden. And the husband left. Okay. Thank you for the clarification on that. So yeah, warden, piece of shit. But he also, they don't have it pictured here, and I definitely can't show a picture even when I edit this video and I put little visual references up for YouTube. You'll have to pull up Anne's story yourself to see the monster form of this warden, because they do have a monster form for the warden that shows up in Silent Hill when Anne is in the town, and he is just straight up a dick monster. Like, he's a dick monster. I don't know how else to say it. I literally can't even show you a picture. Then we've got Squeezy Jibs. Frankie Gibbs? Frankie, what was his name? Freddie Gibbs. Squeezy Jibs. Gates. Freddie fucking Gates. I know his middle name is fucking. I remember that from the comic panel. He says, my name's Freddie fucking Gates, but I just can't remember his name. So in my brain, he's just Squeezy Jibs. It's your boy, Squeezy Jibs. Yeah, he's barely a character. He shows up in the comics. He tries to attack Anne. But also he's like a zombie because we see his corpse in the actual game in Downpour. He's the dead guy that you get the first radio off of. There's like a bunch of birds on him near the bus crash. Don't think you can post what? The image for the warden is titled peniscreature.png. Yeah, don't. Like I said, you'll have to look up Anne's story yourself if you're curious about the warden and Squeezy Jibs. You'll have to learn more about them. Okay, these people. I'm gonna put these as the only entries into Don't Know Them at All. So when the Silent Hill transmission happened, Konami was doing a bunch of weird promotional stuff to promote the series coming back. And one of those things was a website. They had like an augmented reality game website where you could visit the Silent Hill website and read about the town, and it was treated like it was a real town, and learn more about the Historical Society. Here's all of the people who work at the Historical Society, and learn more about them. So these are like the staff of the Historical Society from the ARG Silent Hill website that released after the transmission, the first transmission. I didn't even know who they were until somebody reminded me through YouTube comments, and then after that, like, I vaguely remembered who they were, but I think I went to that website like once. I never really looked at it too much. I was like, oh, that's a neat little promotional thing, and then never delved into it super deep or anything. So don't know them at all. Don't know them at all. If you ever do a Patreon, A tier should be Squeezy Jibs. Squeezy Jibs is an actual YouTuber, though. That's somebody's name. It's taken. But I could just never remember Freddy Gates' name. Even after you've told me this many times, I keep wanting to say it's Freddy Gibbs. Frankie Gibbs. He's just Squeezy Jibs. Okay, there it is. 335 Silent Hill characters in my tier list. Let's do tier by tier, a little bit of rearranging. Top of S tier, Heather Mason. I think that is 100% for me. She is my favorite character. There is so much cool writing to the way they presented her growth as a character throughout the game, the callbacks to her previous incarnations of Silent Hill 1, all of the descriptive flavor text that you get from her from examining things throughout Silent Hill 3. Relatable to me on a very personal level, similar traumatic childhoods, teenage years. So S tier, Heather Mason. Right after that is her father, Harry Mason, dad of the year, all years. He's just such a good man, such a well-written character. I love Michael Gwynn's performance. Hopefully they do him justice in the remake. After that, Alessa Gillespie, tragic character. So much of the stories revolve all around this one character. So much of Silent Hill would not be Silent Hill without Alessa. And yeah, I liked the portrayal. I liked the character design. All of her forms. S tier character. Jodie Mason. Similar to Harry. I feel like Jodie deserved better. Deserved to be a bigger part of Silent Hill 1. And just, yeah, Harry and Jodie are the more idealized, better moraled versions of like Mary and James. You still have the parallels of Jodie being sick and, you know, dying on the last few of her years of her life, but she still was doing everything with Harry. They still chose to adopt Cheryl's baby on the side of the road and give her a life and love her with everything that they could, despite all of the illness and everything else. So Jodie's definitely still up there. I would say Jodie is probably going to be a little bit lower on my S tier list. I would put Maria above Jodie. Excellent character. Excellent portrayal. This is OG Silent Hill 2 Maria. God, I can't spend too much time on this. But, yeah. Laura, I would say I put above Jodie. Both Lauras above Jodie. Angela above Jodie. Both Angelas. Laura, excellent portrayal in the original. Loved her portrayal in the remake. Angela, tragic character, great portrayal. A lot of depth to her character. Silent Hill 2 could have been entirely Angela's game, and I would have still loved it. Pyramid Head, iconic design. I would even say this probably belongs up here, a little bit higher up. Walter, favorite villain across the series. Lots of character depth. Wonderful portrayal by Dennis Fault. Creepy line deliveries. Awesome character design. Eddie, I really liked the remake's portrayal of him. Even more so, one of the few characters where it sort of squeaks out above the OG character for me. Still lower on the S tier list, but Eddie, I think, still deserves to be there. Mira the dog and the aliens. I would say Vincent probably above that. Twin Victims probably above them. Something like that. Yeah, that's my S tier. A tier. Top of A tier, Claudia Wolf. Yeah, good villain. Well written. There's sad parts to her, but she's also very fucked up. Great performance by Donna Burke. Lisa Garland. Other than Angela, probably, and Alessa, probably the most tragic character across the series. The only reason that she isn't S tier for me is just because of the manifestation aspect. The fact that we don't know how much of Lisa is the real Lisa. So much of the Lisa we know in Silent Hill 1 is Alessa's memories and a manifestation. So Lisa still, I would even say maybe above Claudia. I like Lisa. I like Lisa in Silent Hill 1 a lot. Douglas, great character, great portrayal, character design, wonderful contrast to Heather throughout Silent Hill 3. Love his character a lot. Deputy Wheeler, gonna be one of the higher up characters in terms of Homecoming. I would say closer to the bottom of A tier, but still A tier nonetheless. Love Deputy Wheeler. Michael Kaufman, great villain, clear motivations, selfish asshole, but also in his path to self-preservation, he helps out Harry, helps, kill the god, sort of. He shows up with that Aglophilus. It's pretty clutch. Good performance. OG Mary. This, I think I might actually put up here. Really, really heartbreaking performance by Monica Horrigan. You really, really feel for that character. Yeah, she'd be up there. Remake Maria. Yeah, A tier. Redesign is not one of my favorite things. Definitely not up there with OG Maria, but good performance by Salome Gunnersdottir. Yeah, I think Eddie, OG Eddie, I would put up here above Kaufman. Leonard, Memory of Alessa, Valtiel, Eileen. I think Eileen I would put up here. Annoying in terms of gameplay, but awesome in terms of story and character. Valtiel, Cynthia, Jasper, Braintree, Little Walter, Scarlet Fitch. I think Scarlet would also be down here. I think Shattered Memories, Harry. I'd put him up about here. Shattered Memories, Kaufman. Memory of Alessa, I think a little bit lower. TL a little bit lower. There we go. That's my A tier. B tier. I would say, I know everybody fussed at me about James. I'm not putting him in A tier, but I'm going to move them up to top of B. I know he's a well fleshed out character. He's everyone's favorite wife killer. He's a fuck up. He's a selfish fuck up who could have been like Harry Mason and been a better person. But hey, it's James Sunderland. He's a fan favorite. He's the protagonist of my favorite Silent Hill game. There's a lot of depth. There's a lot of interesting aspects to him. There's a lot of him that's left open to your interpretation. But he's not a good person. So he's my top of B tier. I would say Henry right there below James, Travis right there below Henry, Dahlia right there, Sybil right there. Cheryl, Shattered Memories, Cheryl, Shattered Memories, Dahlia, Young and Old, Movie Sybil. Who is this? On B tier? Shattered Memories, Sybil. God, my eyes are starting to unfocus staring at this for so long. Yeah. Shattered Memories, Sybil. Jasper Gaines, Friends. I definitely would put Schreiber above that. Joseph above that. Yeah. That's about right for B tier. I would even say some of these characters, like Officer Gucci and like Jasper's friends, we get so little of them in the games, regardless of how much I personally kind of like them, that I would even put Coleridge and Cunningham above that. I would put Jodelle Ferland, Janitor, Pyramid Head in the movie, and Christabella above them. That's about right. That's about right. C tier. C tier. I still think Cheryl is gonna be the top of C tier for me. She's important. I like her design. I like her relevance in the story of Silent Hill 1. We just don't get a whole lot about Cheryl in Silent Hill 1, even with like play novel and stuff included. Would I put below that? We've got Shattered Memories, Lisa. Howard Blackwood, Steve Garland. I would put the movie characters above Steve Garland. Yeah. That. Douglas. Leonard. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that C tier. D tier. Claudia, Travis, Vincent, Mannequin Girls, Cultist, arcade game characters, short message characters, douchebags like Sewell, Mayor Bartlett, Miss K. Gordon, Amy Baldwin. These are our sort of like really one-dimensional or poorly written or borderline forgettable characters, or just absolute pieces of garbage. Yeah. Pretty happy with D tier. Way it is. Don't care about them. Brookhaven director from 3. Overlook guards. Sergeant Nash. Wardens from Downpour that are not this warden. Characters from Short Message that I barely remember. Everyone from Ascension. And these guys from Silent Hill Past Life. Everything that I don't remember. Yeah. Actress from Origins. Yeah. Like, out of everyone here, I vaguely remember her the most. Mr. Jones from Homecoming. Don't know. All these side quest people from Downpour. Don't know. Michelle Anderson, Scott Fairbanks. Scott Fairbanks in the arcade game. He also gets mentioned in the Silent Hill 2 game show quiz. So I mean, I at least somewhat know who Scott Fairbanks is. At least a mention of him in a better Silent Hill game. Don't remember Orphan. I gotta replay those games at some point. Don't remember the comic book characters. I gotta reread those at some point. And the Historical Society ARG people. There it is. There it is. My final 335 character Silent Hill Ultimate Character Tier List. Oh yeah, we don't have PT. We don't have Tassadul. We don't have my wife's avatar from Ascension. For PT, I would probably put Norman Reedus somewhere up here in B tier. He shows up at the end of the trailer, at the end of the game, and he's there, and it's Norman Reedus, and he walks through the spooky town. I like the look of him. I like Norman Reedus as an actor. But there's not much to him, so if he was on this list, I would put him somewhere here in B tier. Maybe even C tier. Lisa in PT is genuinely creepy. Wonderful, wonderful creepy design. PT's got some genuinely scary moments with Lisa. Her voice, her breathing, her movement. I would probably put her somewhere up here in A tier. She's genuinely a really creepy Silent Hill monster person. So if those were there, they would go there. If Tassadul was in the Silent Hill Ascensions character list, he would be an S tier. Along with my wife's avatar from Ascension, even after her account was deleted and her character showed up as a cameo anyway, which not only was a cool cameo of my wife's created avatar, but also definitive proof that Silent Hill Ascension was puppeting dead and deleted accounts in order to make it seem like more people were interacting with it than actually were. Yeah. I don't know how to end this video in the stream. So that's all. But thanks everybody. I appreciate you all being here. Appreciate all the love and support. I hope you guys have enjoyed watching me go through and rank all of these characters. This was a lot of fun. It's a fun mental exercise. Just going through it and seeing how many of these I remember and knew something about was a fun mental exercise for me. There's a lot of these minor characters. I'm happy that I could actually recall as much about them as I did. And it's helped me narrow down a lot of the stuff that I need to become better informed about. I need to replay Short Message. As much as I don't like it, I need to try and commit more of those characters and stuff to memory. I need to do more side quests next time I do Downpour and try to remember this stuff. Next time I play Origins, I gotta try and remember the actress. Next time I play Homecoming, try to remember Mr. Jones. I gotta reread all the comic books. That would be a really fun series of streams. Just reading all the comic books. In terms of copyright, I don't know how I would make that work as a video. I probably couldn't. But, I don't know. We might be able to make that work. They probably wouldn't go after me anyway. IDW Publishing isn't even around anymore. So, we could probably read all the comics on a stream or on a YouTube video. And then, yeah. That's where we're at. Thank you again so much, everybody. I really, really appreciate it. But that's going to be all for me tonight. I'm going to be off this weekend, as I usually take off Saturdays and Sundays. Gives me time to take care of stuff around the house, spend some time with Rachel, work on editing the Silent Hill 1 Iceberg video. I still have so much work to do on it. I'm sorry it's taking so long, but it'll be out before the remake. I can promise that much. It'll be worth it. There's so much effort going into it that hopefully it'll be worth the wait. Yeah, Rachel's been seeing me work on it for ages. So, Silent Hill 1 Iceberg. Granted, I caused some of the issues too, but it also gave birth to a really great segment. The giant sewer rat looking up the guide segment is all because of you. So, hey, that's also part of this. Is the script as I wrote it is evolving as I edit the video, because we're coming up with other things and further research where I go back and change what I wrote and edit little parts of the video to be funnier and more informative. So there's a lot of work and effort going into the Silent Hill 1 Iceberg. So again, I don't have like an ETA on it, but I'm working on it. I'm going to try and get a lot of work on it done this weekend. And then I will be back Monday. And I'm trying to decide what I want to do. I might put it to a vote on the Discord. So for anybody who's not in the Discord yet, let me get links. For anybody who wants to join the Discord, join the Discord. And I think I'll put up a poll this weekend to decide what we do on Monday. I don't mind jumping right into some Silent Hill 2 remake speedruns. That was my original plan, was to do some Silent Hill 2 speedrunning. But I've also spent the last month and a half doing a very in-depth cam hack playthrough, and I would not mind a little break from Silent Hill. And if people would like to see me play through Death Stranding 2 instead, then Monday we might start Death Stranding 2. So I'll put it to a vote. If you want to see some more Silent Hill 2 remake, see me tackle the speedruns, I can start that. If you would rather see something a little different, and if you're curious about me doing a first playthrough of Death Stranding 2, we might do that. So let me know. Join the Discord. I'll put up a poll right after this stream. And yeah, that's it for me. So till next time, have a great weekend, everybody. Take good care of yourselves and take care of each other. Much love. Peace.